Welcome, 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 welcome to the Code Breakers. Test, test, test. Can I be heard on the mic? Make sure I can be heard. Though. I need to have a feedback mic or something. I mean, whatever they call it. I can hear myself. Just to be sure. Can I be heard? Can I be heard? Can I be heard? Can I be heard? I think I'm live. Well, we here. It is we are here. It is 11/10 of 2024. What is it? What, 3 days? No, is it 5 days? 5 days from the election? Five days from the election, November the 5th. It's the 10th. About 5 days. Looks like the Democrats are finding their way back. They seem to be starting to lick their wounds and sort of get back in stride. I gotta make sure my volume is not crazy low. I'll have to change headphones again. That'll be fine, I guess. Yeah, we back. We got some protests going. The Democrats are doing what Democrats do. They're starting to find their footing again, I think, and get back into the fight after losing. After losing somewhat. It's fun to joke around, I guess, on some level, but they did lose. They did lose the 7 swing states. So from that perspective, obviously, it's a rough thing. But when you start looking at the numbers, and I think they're at about 86% of the vote count. I think it's like 86 total. There's still about 14% left. I think Trump's at 74 million, and she's at about 71 million. So she got 71 million votes, 226 electoral votes. So that's something. And we're gonna see. We're gonna see what the plans are. I already see some protests. We got protests. I think they're already protesting in New York. I may show some videos of that. They are starting to get their narrative straight and figuring out. It's so funny because basically everything is a circle, basically, right? So things are basically just coming back around. the Democrats aren't going to, of course, the Republicans' advice to them is do something else, do something different, or you're not listening to them. And it's like, no, we're not doing that. We're going to do what we do. We're going to protect what we want to protect, and we're going to run our narratives that we're going to run. The narrative that's been working. I mean, again, you can make an argument and say it's a landslide, I guess. But in reality, it's not Reagan. It's not even Bush. Not even Obama. And we don't even have to go back any further than that. I think Obama won at 365, and Obama ran at 365, and I want to say Reagan was at like 520 maybe, and I think even George Bush was at 4 something. So you could consider it a landslide, I guess. I mean, they're gassing it hard, so it's kind of fun. It's fun though, but from a Democrat, if you listen to the Democrats now and the liberals, even though they're all mad at Bernie Sanders for sort of like, at least right now, where he's kind of say, "I told you so" type stuff, but he is an independent. He's a socialist, and so of course he just caucuses, I guess, or he's with the party or whatever. But he's obviously not a Democrat at the end of the day. But if you listen to some of the Democrats coming out and speaking, you will start to see, different things. So they're going to have to. They're figuring out what they're going to do, and I think it's going to be really back to the standard playbook. The playbook of fighting for rights, and also attacking, and also just going back to attacking Trump, attacking the Republican Party. It took them, I guess, probably 2 or 3 days to sort of kind of get over it, figure out who they want to blame each other, blame whoever, and then get back to the business of politics, basically. And you can throw blame all over the place, and I'm still waiting. I want all the votes to be counted, or at least somewhere around, I want to say, 90, maybe 95%, somewhere around there, will make me feel comfortable with just kind of getting a better understanding of who voted and who did not, who showed up and who didn't show up. And I'm starting to believe that, forget the Republican Party, forget about all of the things that the Republicans are saying on social media, and all the non-Republicans who are just using it to push their own YouTube agendas and Twitter agendas and Twitch streams and all the other apps that are out there. They're pushing. You win something and you can just say anything. I won because of this. You can just make it up, which is what they're really doing, of course, obviously. So I mean, I would do it too. That's what you do. But in reality, we're really getting to the point we're going to have a better understanding. I think it's just on the simple side of things of who actually out. Because I really want to know when it gets around, 98, 99%. We have as much numbers in as possible. Who didn't vote? Forget everything about the Republican Party. The Democrats sold a story, a very aggressive story that cost about $1.5 billion, and it's looking like to me that a lot of Democrats just did not vote, or I don't know what they did. They voted for a Republican. I don't. They left because I want to say that it's not like they lost. They say, well, you lost the Senate and you lost House. It's like, yeah, you lost a little bit. You lost the Senate. You lost the Senate by what, 4 or 5, maybe. and I think it was already 50-50 or whatever it was, 49-51 or whatever, and they picked up a few seats, but you still got 49 senators or 48 senators or whatever, and out of the House, from the left at least, out of the House, I want to say, what is it, 202 to 213 roughly, I think, and we still got, I think that may not be everything, right? I don't know the math. What is that, 415? Are we close? Right? Is that the number? But anyway, was it? I thought it was 435. So we have all the. I don't think all the numbers. I think they're still fighting over some places in California and some other places still fighting over some of the seats. But I think they're fighting. I think there's some seats left out there that they're still fighting over. But I think when it all settles down, I think you're going to be at probably I don't know how many House seats are going to be total on the Republican side, 7 or 8 maybe. So I mean, when you pull back and look at it from that perspective, obviously there is no, you can make the argument from the left. There is no landslide. They're not making the argument yet. I think when the leader, because you're not in power, right? But when the leaders start talking to all their people, you're gonna start to hear it obviously at some point here. That at the end of the day, you lost the House, maybe you lost the Senate for sure, you lost the White House, and its repercussions going to come with that, obviously, with judges in the Supreme Court, etc. But you won't have an issue with you didn't lose everything. It'll be different. I'll put it like this: a true victory from the right or the left is you're dominating. You're picking up 20 seats in the Senate. Like it's literally a catastrophe. We're balanced, and so it's not really like that. We're just moving the numbers: 3% here, 3% there, right? 5 House seats here. I'm sorry, maybe 10 House seats, 12 House seats here, maybe 1, 2, or 3 Senate seats there, and things are still balanced as far as how this is set up right now. If you go back into history, you can see the difference when there's 60 senators on one side, or it's only 80 House seats for one of the parties, and they're being dominated. That's actual domination. From just a purely race perspective, he just won. He picked up some swing states, and everything else he just picked up that was already there. He didn't even have to do anything, basically, right? I'm talking about just on the numbers. So you slightly move things over to the right, but just slightly. Now, if he would have won the presidency at 425 or 390 or something like that, he flipped California, flipped New York. Now I would argue at that point, now we're talking about real domination. But obviously, from a sports perspective, you sweep the 7 states. It is fun to sort of beat up on. From the context of from the time, from that little bit of time that we're living in, where we're trying to say, you took over everything and you're running everything, but you're barely running everything, at the end of the day, no matter how you slice it, and you won the election by 3 points, so, but it's fun beating up, Democrats on election night, for a few days, and I'm going to probably do it some more, obviously, as well, over the next coming years. But you still got to be in proper perspective. One mistake, anything can happen, and it'll be blue in 2 years, right? So it doesn't take much, because again, we're right down the middle. But you can celebrate. Republicans can celebrate. Really, not even Republicans necessarily, but MAGA Republicans. Can celebrate and celebrate and celebrate. But trust and believe me, the Democratic machine is starting up, man, and they're already protesting in New York. They're protesting in D.C. Everything is everything. Everything is turned up. Everything is turned up pretty high. And I want MAGA to dunk the basketball and celebrate, and I want all the bros to celebrate and enjoy it. The Democrats, like I said, I thought they would be more upset a little bit longer, so I am a little surprised. I am a little impressed that they've already kind of snapped back and getting back to their talking points. They're not going to change. We're going to focus on and we might, if DC jumps on at some point, we're gonna do a little bit of the race conversation a little bit later, I think, which I think is fascinating. I got a good video that I think is just phenomenal, just very, very funny. But I think that the protest kicks off, and all of the people who gonna hold strong is gonna say, we still support the major things at the end of the day. And you could argue about how to run a 100-day campaign all day long. We can kind of get into, and like I said, the numbers are coming in, and I don't know what's going on in some of these states where ultimately the Democrats underperformed at the top of the ticket, and either somebody's lying. That's the best way to put it. Outside of her likability or not, how she ran a campaign or not, her chumming up with Republicans who are never Trumpers, and what that was, good or bad, or her making a mistake, making not showing the difference between her and Biden's administration, on and on and on. We can, they can point fingers or whatever, but at the same exact time, because no one wants to take blame, right? So it's easy to blame Biden and blame her. That's the easy thing to do, because I'm not really necessarily focused so much on like the average everyday citizen or the average voter. I'm more focused on the business of politics and the people who are collecting billions of dollars running some of this stuff. And they created a perception on the left, I'm sorry. And it's phenomenal. Don't get it twisted. I was caught up in it. Like it's a whirlwind when they start bringing out people, celebrities, and they're showing you numbers and all their quote unquote experts. And again, it's like 2016, same thing basically, right? We're going to show you these numbers. We're going to tell you that people are excited. Forget everything Trump is talking about. Forget MAGA, forget Trump, forget all of the stuff on the right. All the social media stuff, Elon Musk, forget all that distraction, forget all that, right? The Hulk Hogan and Madison Square Garden, just put all that away if you're on the left. Forget about that. And of course, DC should be on at some point since he supports the left. I'm just trying to speak for the left for just for a second. It won't be long. I'm gonna get back to trolling at some point here. So it won't last long. My stomach can only take so much. But anyway, I can only take so much because it's just fun. It's just fun doing politics at the end of the day. But I think that they created a story. They have so much. It just shows you how much power the media has and how they can just create this reality that's not there. And then once it's over, point blame, and people will take the bait, right? Oh, she didn't do this, and Trump said that, and Biden did this, and it's fun within the time. As a person that's following politics, it's fun to mess around with Joe Biden, making a comment about the people are all deplorable, right? That's fun. And but I think that when the people who told us what was going on, when they try to tell us that that's why, I'm talking about those people, because you're the same people literally just 1 second ago, 1 day ago, that was just saying that she got it. The energy's there. The energy was not there. So where did the money go? Did any money go in these places? I'm not trying to make it a conspiracy theory, really. I just want to know where the money is, because I'm hearing things that people in a lot of these swing states in these blue areas, they weren't really out there like that. There was no money really being put in there. I'm just trying to find out where the money is, because there is no way. Like I said, I don't care about how Texas. I don't care how Texas. Well, really, I do care actually when we really look at the counties. But just overall, I don't care that Texas went from 6 points. I don't even care that he won the popular vote, right? From that perspective, right? Forget the popular vote even. I don't care if he won. I think Biden won Texas by 15. No, won it by 15, and he cut into that number in the popular vote, I think, or something like that, in half. And same with Florida. Florida moved from 6 to 15 or whatever the numbers are, right? So they all everything became more red, at least how it looks. But it's only doing that because I have a funny feeling that Democrats did not show up, and I'm starting to wonder, was there ever a ground game? Now I know Trump, clearly they said that we didn't have a ground game. We're going to outsource it all to Elon Musk and other third party companies. We're not even going to really put money into that. I think they only raised what he raised about $400 million, I think, something like that. And she's closer. She's over $1 billion. And so I'm like, well, so did you put money into Georgia? Because if you listen to DC, that's why I need them more here so I can kind of mess with them a little bit. But if you listen to DC and people like that, they're telling me, and I'm believing them, that money's going into Atlanta, into these counties, Fulton County, whatever the counties. I don't have them up right now, but all the little counties where you're expecting them to blow out. I'm watching the numbers dump in on Tuesday, and I'm like, where are the numbers at? How is his numbers more than her numbers? And you're waiting for some numbers to come in from and we can include blue states, Chicago, New York City, Newark, New Jersey, Fairfax, Virginia, Miami, Florida, Austin, Texas. Well, pick a place, right? It doesn't really matter. Like pick a blue city, a red state, a red state with blue cities, or blue states within blue cities, right? So we had people on our channel kept talking about, I'm like, why is everybody in the comments talking about Virginia? Like, Virginia's going to be fine. But I was more focused on the swing states because I said if Georgia pops, whoever pops Georgia, it's a wrap. That was my argument. It's going to be 300 plus. Boom. You just got to whoever takes it, right? But I know where the energy's at. But you don't really know until election night because clearly you cannot trust pollsters. You have to trust your gut. My gut said Trump. My head said Kamala because they're telling me something. They're showing me something that says, well, okay, based on what you're showing me, my brain is saying, sure. If you're telling me that these people are going to actually vote, then she's going to win. Period. Doesn't matter. She's a woman, black, whatever. All that doesn't matter. From just a strictly Democrat perspective, if you do what you said you were going to do, and the numbers say what they're going to say, but you actually lied about it. So I'm curious to think if we could reverse and go back in time. Maybe Joe Biden numbers were much worse. Maybe Democrat voters were turned off for some reason, and you don't even know why because you're spending so much time covering it up that you can't even really find out why. And so because you can't find out why, a vacuum opens up, and people will tell you why. Right? So I could easily make an argument. I could spin it, which is happening right now on social media, and I could say it's because of trans, gay, DEI, CRT, cancel culture, misogyny, what else? Whatever the hell. It's a whole list of shit. So from the right. So I can give you all those reasons because you're not going to tell me the truth, and you're going to let those reasons sit up in there. Right? And then you're going to blame it's been 100 days. Then you're going to blame Joe Biden's comments, or Joe Biden should have dropped out 2 years ago, or from a socialist perspective, a Bernie perspective, right? It's going to be, well, you should have went harder on more social programs, more FMLA, more, maybe bringing down the retirement age to 55. Raising Social Security taxes to improve Social Security, put more money into Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Obviously, waiving all college debt, raising minimum wage to $25. On and on and on. Right? I can just keep a lot of lefty progressive policies, more regulations. Putting caps on billionaires where you can't really be a billionaire anymore, capping profits, capping corporations, raising corporate taxes, quote unquote, paying your fair share, making unions stronger, and ultimately benefit the poor, the working class, and I would say maybe the lower-ish middle class, but relieving pressure across the board. If you're making under, say, 400 grand down to, we'll say, zero, right? You're on pure benefits. Also putting more pressure on the police departments to not be so tyrannical. Now I don't know if the far left is against surveillance state. That's one I feel like the American power structure, they want surveillance, which I'm 100% against. But anyway, that's a whole nother conversation. But which is very problematic. But anyway, so all of those things, and she ran on a lot of that, I would argue. But the right and people who have went to the right, I guess you would say, from the left, and was maybe frustrated because they feel like white guys are being beat up too much, and I would agree with that. I would say that you can clip it and snip it. I follow all of those people, and they have friends and family members, and it's the left has to be very careful when you're dealing with white male egos, and as they're getting punched over the last 10 years, it's just easy. It's just easy to get them motivated, especially as they're literally moving to the right with large followings, by the way. And they're getting kicked out of universities and getting kicked out of here and losing this. And it's just so loud and it's so obvious. They're going to push back at some point. They're going to come together, even though they may be on the left and have a lot of leftist policies. They're still going to come together because they just feel like some of the things that they kind of lack, they attach themselves to little things like, say, trans, right? Which is a very small number of people, of course. But they will attach themselves to that and say, well, even though I might not be right, I'm going to support the right because not only am I finding white guys who have lost jobs because they're white men, so that's easy. I'm finding that you're allowing trans women to beat up women on the international stage in the Olympics, and you've been hearing like Pierce Morgan and those guys they just been banging on that, and I mean banging on that. And Democrats need to hold, hold up, like defend it. They didn't defend. They ran from it. Now I can make critiques like that, where I could just say, "You goddamn right, we support that." And what? So what? But if you don't stand on it, it shows weakness. It shows that you're not 100%. It shows that you're not really all the way in. Now we know America, at least as far as these voting cycles go, it's clear that a lot of white folks are not really that progressive or that left, even though they keep saying they are. Like a Michael Moore would keep saying that America is this and America is that if you ask them certain questions. But I say, whatever. When you look at the votes, obviously, if you don't have a lot of minorities who may or may not have been manipulated, I'm trying to be nice on the left. However we want to spin that, and maybe maybe white America isn't as progressive as white people are trying to tell non-white people, or specifically black people, right? When you look at the votes are the votes. If it's real or fake, however y'all want to, you want to spin it. Obviously, only about half the country, maybe 60% of America. I think it's going to be less than it was in 2020. The conspiracy theories have already started running on 2020 because Joe Biden numbers are 81 million, and I think Trump right now is at 74. She's at 71. I don't want to do conspiracy. I'm trying not to. I want all the votes to come in first before I start jumping out of the window on, well, you're telling me that Kamala is progressive, leftist policies, progressive policies, right? Also move to the right to try to bring in people in the middle and people who are leaning, who are center. Well, I guess not center right, but independent. We just say independent and never Trumpers, right? So she did that too, right? So she did everything. How is she short 10 million now? Now I could make an argument that, I don't know. Let's put it this way: it's going to be the numbers are going to be so hot on the internet. If you look at 20, I want to say 2008, 12, 16, and 20, and then 24. 24, the numbers are back to where they were prior to 2020. Now, of course, the conspiracy theories are going to say that it was rigged, and that's what Trump was talking about. I'm not going to do that. I'll let them do that. But I am curious that if Trump does not get to 81 million to equal Biden from the right's perspective, which he doesn't look like it's going to happen, the numbers aren't. There's not enough percentage left for that to happen. If she's at 71 million, she'll get a little bit more of a bump as they finish counting the vote. If she bumps up a little bit, But you're telling me, so again, I'm not going to call nobody racist, anti-black, and I'm not going to call nobody misogynist. We're not going to do none of that, right? So all the name calling and all that nonsense, you can have that. Let's just get to the numbers. So you're telling me that the Democratic apparatus, the DNC, spent $1.4 billion in 101 days, and you're going to be short 10-ish million votes, Democratic votes. Now, if you say that 10 million might be people who were mad at Trump because it was a pandemic and everybody was freaking out and people were dying and they just wanted to get Trump up out of there, and the motivation was that people weren't working and they had time to send in mail-in ballots, they had time for this and they had time for that, whatever, right? But when you're doing your numbers, because I'm gonna tell you something. Y'all go back and listen to the videos. I think I want to say that I was confident that it was going to be over 80 million. Whoever got it, if Trump wins, I think he's going to be 83, 84, 80. I thought it was going to be a pop, right? We're going to get more people participating, more people voting based off how the energy was, based off how they were selling us on the left and the right, how they were showing us the numbers, right? I'm like, okay, well, popular vote wise, I'm hoping, because we don't have a pandemic, but I would argue with the pandemic part. We'll see how they're going to play that. Now, I could say with the pandemic part two things. Americans as a whole, we're very busy people. And when I say busy, I could mean playing video games busy or running a corporation. Just we're busy, distracted, however you want to frame it. So could I argue that, well, 2020, because people were less distracted, maybe that's why it was that high. Maybe. I don't know, though, because at the same time, people were afraid to go to vote. And every state didn't have necessarily, I guess, robust mail-in processes and stuff like that. So I'm thinking this time around, a lot of states had early voting, especially blue states. You had long lines on Tuesday. So now long lines is two ways. All right, one way is you don't have enough voting machine, right? So you have long lines regardless. So you could spin it and say, well, it's because people are there's bigger turnout. But if you tell me that these people who get paid millions of dollars, who run polls, who have me out here butt naked talking crazy about politics, I'm using their numbers, and you're telling me that it's basically fraudulent. It's fraud. And they're not going to get investigated. They're going to blame Kamala. They're going to blame Trump. They're going to blame Joe Rogan. They're going to blame whoever, because that's why. You think people really went and vote because he did a podcast with Joe Rogan on the day before? Come on, man, y'all playing with me right now. What you should be telling me is that, oh yeah, I need people to be ready. We ran out to all the states, and we found out that you're going to see a 10% drop in voting. They're not interested. You're going to see, because I'm going to tell you, even when all the numbers come in, I'm going to be curious to see, did Trump how much better did he do with Republicans, like between in 2020, 16, 20, and 24, registered Republicans. I don't want to look at the independent numbers too much, but I just want to see, is how much more did he get? Because if you're telling me that, and I'm gonna say it again, like I said when we first went live, if this was Reagan, who got, I think, 526, or Bush, who got 480, even Obama, who got 365, which it's not even close to Nixon or Reagan or whatever, they got crazy amount. Those are blowouts. Those are destroyed. That's how you destroy parties. That means that the actual country there's no mandate here. I will spin it, obviously, for entertainment and say mandate. He won the 7 swing states. He got 312. Blah blah. I mean, I can make that. We can make it. I can do it just because it's fun to do. But in reality, there is no blowout. There is none of that. It's down the middle, and he took the swing states by a few. And the House, they got it by a few. The Senate, they got it by a few. You know what I'm saying? The mandate would be 65 senators. That's a mandate, right? in my opinion, outside of playing politics, right? Just outside of playing politics, and just sort of looking at Trump gets say 450. He flips blue states, which he did not do, of course, and and they run the House. They run it up in the House and pick up 100 seats. Then America, as an entire nation, has rejected something, but we're still right where we were. I think I would argue in 16, right? Meaning that you know, in 2 years, in 4 years, it might slightly. Now, I will say this. I would say in 2 years or in 4 years, if the Republicans pick up another, say, I don't know, 20 seats, 25 seats, 30 seats, if they, I don't know how many Senate seats are up. I think we did 34, so there might be a few up in 2 years, maybe. But if you started seeing that type of stuff where and I mean, and you know, I maybe can make that argument, right? Meaning that if the Democrats have truly failed in 2 and 4 years, the numbers that Trump saw, and again, it's not going to be Trump. That's probably going to be also a little caveat. Will the Virginia numbers grow more to the right? Will Texas go even more red? Florida go more red? Will New York? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, when we look back, they said that 48 out of 50 states moved to the right. In 2 and 4 years, if that continues, and you get the right counter presidential candidate in 4 years, and the country truly has shifted right, I would feel more comfortable at that moment talking about mandates and sweeps and destructions, as if you could keep growing it. But if it swings right back, and we right back to where we were in 2020, or even 2012 for that matter, then we just sort of, you know, like I said, we're just working the line, we're working the margin, we're working the middle, meaning that any little thing, any little tweak, any little whatever storyline comes out, the market wants to bubble, you know, the market, you know, crashes, or we go to war, any little thing that the other people can run on will swing the election right back. Now, Trump has the House and has the Senate, most likely the House, of course, and the Senate. That means that the Democrats are going to go. They've already started doing it, which, you know, I'm impressed by, right? They lick their wounds and they're back rocking and rolling. I think Nancy Pelosi probably gave that first really strong pull of, we're fine, let's roll. And now the protests are kicking up, the money's getting invested, the George Soros billions are getting pumped in there, and there are some shows on MSNBC and CNN that are already starting to go viral, little clips here and there, and the fight's back, right? I think my guy Shermichael on CNN was trying to use that right wing language about, he didn't want to say trans, he just wanted to say boys being girls, whatever he was saying, right? And the white guy just punched him right in the mouth, basically, right? And said, no, trans women are women. I think I seen Mark Lamont Hill on Piers Morgan saying that I still believe that trans women are. So they're holding position on trans, LGBTQ, DEI, on and on, right? And that's fine, whatever, right? Pro women, pro feminist, they're rolling. And I think that they're starting to pick back up, and it's going to be a big fight, and they're going to run a lot of propaganda against Trump. And it's just funny, though, because the Republicans, just like on the Democratic side, like, y'all should just acquiesce to us. Y'all should just do y'all should just, you know, look, say what we say, do what we do. You know, that's why y'all lost, because y'all aren't us. I'm like, they're not going to do that. That's stupid, right? It doesn't make any sense. A Republican's going to be a Democrat's going to be a Democrat. It just takes them a couple of days to start. Maybe we should change. And the Democrats who really are all in, liberals who are really all in, are not going to give up their principles and their beliefs just because they lost one election. That's asinine. Now, again, if they lost 20 Senate seats, if they lost 150 House seats, then you're having a real conversation. But that's not what just happened here. And so that's going to give them the strength, of course, and the backing to say, no, let's hit them coffers, let's spin it up, let's start the propaganda machine rolling, and let's get back to what we do. And you know, if a cop does something wrong, we're going to make it loud. We're going to blame it on Trump. Trust and believe me, that the left wing is going to find every racist thing that they can find, everything they can find, and they're going to run it, 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 and they're going to push, and they're going to push, and they're going to push, and they're going to push until they pick up seats. They will not change the strategy. They just didn't lose. They just didn't lose enough. It just didn't happen. And like I said, as the numbers come in, I want to say right now, Trump is at 74.7. Let me refresh this. If someone has better numbers, let me know. If you got better numbers than me, you can put it in the chat. Let me see where my number's at. So I want to say, what time is this? I think this is, yes, it's real time. 1:20 p.m. Eastern. Is this time right? Yeah, 1:20. Trump is at 74,708,357 votes, and Kamala is at 70,979,779 votes as of November 11th of 2024 at 1:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is real time. Let me refresh the results one time. Yep. There hasn't been, and the popular vote is at 86% of expected votes. I'm going to assume that this website is up to date and accurate, I guess. I mean, it's so funny. Jill Stein, I think she's at 699,000, and the others are at over 1.6 million. So it's pretty funny. They wasted so much time worrying about Jill Stein. She didn't get no votes, basically. I mean, it's basically zero. It's like 0.5%. I mean, it's ridiculous when you think about it. But 70 million votes to 74 million at 86%. So another roughly about 14% left to go. You split it down the middle. That might move. I forget how many votes. Maybe 10 million left. I don't know what the numbers left. Maybe not even 10. Maybe like more like 5 or 6 million. I need to find the total number of votes left to count. Maybe I could just Google it, right? How many votes did you count? 3 days ago, there aren't nearly 20 million uncounted votes. Yeah, I don't know the number, but I'm gonna assume it's probably under 10 million. I'm guessing by now, but maybe not. Maybe it take a little bit longer to get all of it counted. But if he's around 75, 76, 77 million, and she's around, maybe 73, 74, it'll be a little bit better. May not be that much left out there, but it may be a little bit better than where we are now. That's why I want to get like the total number. Let's see. I want to say, let's see. Yeah, 81 million for Joe, 81.2 million for Joe, and 74.2 million for Trump. And like I said, I just wonder, is it the independent vote that swung Trump's way, or did more Republicans come out and vote? Because I know the numbers I know the percentages as far as I think black women voted a few points down. I think black men voted maybe 10 points down. I think Latinos voted what? They went from 23 or whatever it was, or 30 something to 45. And I think white women went up 2 for the Republicans, something like that, and everybody else, whatever. I just don't know if I just need to see more of the raw numbers. I get by states. I want to see it by states and by counties, especially blue counties in Georgia. I want to see that number, and I want to see North Carolina as well. Maybe next week. maybe late next week. Give it another week, maybe another week or so. We'll get close to 90+%. I guess I probably could look up Georgia now. I think some of those states probably have all the vote count in, for all I know. I haven't really had time to check, but I'd be curious to see, because we're talking about a few percentage points. So say if in the 7 swing states, or just even say the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that they hit like that she loses by a couple 100,000 votes. Where those votes at? Because if she maxed out based off the money they spent to run the campaign, and then they're being told that it's resonating, right? That's the catch here. They said, well, we went on a campaign, but we ran some polls and reached out to some folks, and they were excited and enthused. Or they just said, no, we're not that into voting. That's what I want to know, stuff like that. Like, were people really, were you really misrepresenting yourself, or were people just lying to you and saying they were gonna vote and they just did not go out and vote? That's what I want to know. Is that if she lost, he didn't even say C, because the reason why I say that is that a lot of seats were protected and seats got picked up. And she lost some of those places where Democrats had won. Actually, in those swing states, she actually lost, but Democrats won down the ticket. And so you can easily blame and say, well, obviously defaults must be her. Hey, anything's possible, right? So I won't fight that, of course. But I just wonder at the presidential level, were they misrepresenting it? Meaning that, well, yeah, I wasn't motivated to vote for her, not because of her, but because I'm tired of the Democrats. And things cost too much, and I want to send a message. I'm not going to show up. What I don't understand about polling, though, is that why isn't polling saying that? See, I don't care about necessarily the candidate, who's running and why, the timing of it, the 100 days. People are mad about inflation. People are mad at Joe Biden because he ain't really been running the country for the last year or two, which it could be all those things, of course, right? But when you run the polls, isn't the point of the polls to tell you that? The last time I checked. So I'm watching pollsters tell me one thing, which is basically just propaganda. Because tell me that, we see here in Atlanta that, and I will tell you a good example of what I mean by that. Black men, they spent a few days talking to black men because supposedly some polls came out and said black men, the polling numbers were saying something that wasn't really. I guess the poll numbers were saying that you didn't have support. But I mean, people knew that before she even got picked for president to run. Like, people already knew that a lot of people were out on the Democratic Party already. So you're not taking it into your calculation. It's where I'm sort of strange, I would say, because if you know for a fact that you already knew before the election was even going to go that Trump and the Republican Party was already picking up support from everybody. And instead of just saying, you know what, it's going to be a tough race, Trump is going to be up because our polls are already telling us, and our focus groups are already telling us that we're not supporting her, and we're not supporting the Democrats at the top of the ticket. But I didn't find one pollster to say that. They were running propaganda. It's tied, it's close, it's resonating, it's working, the message is working, the speeches are getting better, she's getting better, the surrogates, it's working, the celebrities is working, and then you see the numbers, and you're like, well, it didn't work. And again, if they tell me that it was the independent vote that swung hard to the right, I want to see those numbers, obviously. But if you're telling me that Democrats would, if a few 100,000 more people would have showed up at the polls, then the election goes to her, then it does default back to the money that they spent and what they were telling people. and what they was creating a perception that people were really supporting them, and they really wasn't. Even see, for all I know, they're lying to her, telling her, "Oh yeah, we good. Yeah, we're up." Remember, they got polls. They literally had polls coming out every day, even doing averages and adding them all together every day, and made it look like it was, and they made it look like it was a race. And I don't believe them if they're trying to blame people saying that they lied to them. I don't believe them, because how do we know? Well, I have to trust you to tell me. I can't do it. I'm gonna automatically assume that you lied. You lied in 16, and you lied in 20, and you lied in 2024. Your number. You're playing the what is it? The plus and minus game. Well, we did say it's gonna be three, 3+ here, there's a -3 here, and it's all within margin. I said, well, that's not how you're selling it though. You're selling it like, oh, it's trending her way, or it's trending his way, or it's doing this and it's doing that. And then when we start looking at some of the numbers, it was like they didn't even come out and vote. Fuck the trends. Who cares? Okay, the trend's going her way. What does that even mean if you don't even get Democrats to come out and vote? Now, you're on stage calling the man a fascist, a felon, a racist, a misogynist, etc. That's got and again, and what's so funny about it, and again, like I said, we'll keep talking about it. Obviously, I may have different thoughts about this in another week as it settles more in my mind. But Trump's base and the excitement is there, and they showed up, right? And I'm honestly gonna wonder, even though he did grow, overall he grew. He got people to vote for him that didn't vote for him the last time, right? So we do know that. But it's not a crazy number though. So say if Latino voters and white women and white men and black women, etc. Everybody, just a few extra people decided to pick him, or maybe even not vote for anybody at the top of the ticket, right? But a few more people decided to pick him, and the Democrats could not figure that out. So that's what I mean about how it's sort of like a twisted. It's kind of twisted because it's kind of like, well, based off what you're saying, fascist, racist, oligarch, greedy, billionaire, all the things you're saying, you should know that that's not resonating. Is my whole point. You should know that. You cannot tell me that you have her out here saying these things, then you're running the polls, and then you're saying, oh yeah, that's working. And then we have the election, it's like, oh yeah, that didn't work. Yeah, calling him a racist and all that stuff, it didn't move any voters. It's like, okay, fine, cool, that didn't move any voters. Okay, but I also said that I'm going to give you this, 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 and I'm going to help you do this, right? She had a whole litany of things that she said over and over again about giving you loans and grants and protection and helping out here and helping out there. And I'm thinking to myself, well, wouldn't that be enough to at least get the Democrats to match the 2020 numbers? I'm not expecting her to over-index outside of black people, which didn't show up either, by the way. So I did expect black women to vote for her at 100%, and that didn't happen. And I expected black men to be around 90%, and that didn't happen. They did not show up. And I'm talking about, and even when I'm joking around a little bit with that, but I'm just saying that Democrats, just Democrats, I would expect them to be about that's why I was thinking she may get around 80 million, and Trump maybe gets around, maybe 84, 85. I just think it'd be more folks voting. And if ultimately it turns out that maybe 5 to 7 million, maybe more, did not even vote this time around, I want to know where those people are. Are those people who have passed on, who are too old to vote? Because where else would the number be at? I mean, is that what we're talking about right now? I don't know. But to see young folks and their numbers and who they decide to vote for, that's all of it's interesting. Just because if the Democratic message isn't resonating, but you spent over $1 billion and Democrats did not voted for him, I honestly I don't know. I just don't believe it's race. I don't believe it's race, class, or gender. I don't know what it is. A likability. I don't know. I hate that word, but uh, uh, I don't know. Inflation. Because I would expect people, even maybe an independent, I would maybe expect them just not to show up, maybe, but to expect Democrats to show up based off of what they were saying. I wish they would have said, you know, the pollsters. I'm really focusing on the people who are telling us these things. If they would have said the voting is going to be down this year, somebody should have came out 5 months ago or whatever and said, look, looking at the support for Joe Biden and the Democrats at the top of the ticket, he's been but again, they're lying so much that they can't even do anything straight, right? For all I know, Joe Biden, kind of aging himself out and not really kind of showing up these last couple of years, that may have turned off Democrats, but the Democratic Party and the people who speak for the Democrats just don't want to tell us that information. I think the election is going to show more of that stuff, and they're going to cover this. Everything I'm saying is going to be covered up. They're going to talk about everything else, and not really dig in consistently day in and day out. Really just talk about the Democrats wasn't enthusiastic. But you see, if they say that, they have to say, well, but I told y'all they were on Mondays. That's the problem. That's why they can't say it. That's why they got to blame her or blame Biden or blame Trump or blame Joe Rogan or whoever they can find, right? They'll blame anybody they can find. And like I told DC, the same thing with what was the thing? The Puerto Rican thing. They ran a whole campaign, and they were having you believe that Puerto Ricans were going to come out in these 400,000 here. And I told DC, and I told y'all this. I told him over and over again, and I let it go. I said you're probably going to get a 50 votes from that bullshit. That stuff doesn't mean anything to voters. And I keep telling you that over and over again. You got to pay very close attention. Just because the television is making it appear that that all the Puerto Ricans are now going to come out and register, and these people don't even register like that. And they're going to take time out of their Tuesday or whatever and show up because of Fat Joe and J Lo and the propaganda media trying to tell them how racist they are and how dare Tony Hinchcliffe tell a joke about Puerto Rico being a island of garbage. And they really ran a lie, and it convinced people that they were going to vote. And I said, you're going to get 5 people. Go back and look at the tape. You're going to get 5 people to come out. Oh, no, it's going to be hundreds of thousands. Oh, okay. Where they at, though? Oh, there's 400,000 in Michigan. There's 400,000 in Pennsylvania. 500,000, biggest numbers we've ever seen before. I'm like, it doesn't mean anything. People, and what's so funny, though, is that they can set the narrative. They can make you believe anything. So if they say it enough, if people in prominent, powerful positions keep telling you that that's why or this is what it is, people will just start parroting and just repeating what they're saying. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know. And I think this election is going to prove much of. It's going to prove much of that, and they're going to spin it. I think they're trying to say that, well, it's the same way with Trump, right? Trump has the MSG thing, which I did think was bad, and a lot of people did thought was terrible. But I mean, I think I keep telling people, I said people have already made their mind up. People who are going to vote have made their mind up. People have already voted. I think 80 million people have already voted by then. A lot of people's minds are going to be already made up. You're not just guessing at the end. I mean, maybe a handful of folks might just guess at the end, and it is what it is. But for the most part, it was done as far as persuading anybody to do anything. And so when the MSG thing happened and Tony said what he said about Puerto Ricans, like, oh, this is it for Trump. And then Trump said he's going to shoot the media people, right? So he had his thing. The left has the nerve, though. The people on the left have the nerve to try to focus on Kamala on one of her first interviews on The View. Is trying to focus on her saying that she wouldn't do anything different than Joe Biden. And that was the end of her campaign. That was the end. That right there was the end. It's like, stop lying. But they're running it, though. They're running it up, and they're gonna distract from their failure. And I mean the pollsters, not the pundits, but the all the folks who work within the camp, who work within the spaces, all the consultants. There we go. So all your consultants, either the ones who are ex-consultants who are on social media, running their own social media accounts, all of those people are going to make sure that it's not their fault. They're going to tell you what should have happened and this and that and on and on and on, right? But they're going to make sure you do not blame none of them, right? They're going to either put it on the voters or put it on her or put it on Trump. And I'm watching it happen real time. They're not going to take accountability for, not that we missed it, that we lied, that we ran propaganda, that we're spinning. We're spinning. We knew that Democrats weren't going to show up in the same number that they showed up in 2020. We knew it was going to be a 3, 4, 5% dip in turnout. They didn't say that. They said it's going to be a record turnout. They're just, and then we're parroting it. Oh, yeah, it's going to be record turnout. Everybody, there isn't no COVID. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I'm gonna stay on that for a while going forward. I guess on some future videos because I just think it's until I hear accountability for a lot of the folks that I follow who was a part of the campaign, who was claiming all these things were going to happen, and none of those things happened. The exact opposite happened. Like, how y'all still got jobs and still have the nerve to come on the internet when literally the opposite of what you said happened, and happened quickly. Even if Trump won all 7 states, but it took 2 days to figure it out, at least your argument would, he won by 3,000 votes or 4,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a handful of votes, but they maxed out. The Dems maxed. They squares out all the vote. Didn't do it. Didn't happen. And, and I would even parrot some people out there saying that was she set up to fail? Did the Democratic Party knew for a fact that the top of the ticket was done? That Joe Biden did irreparable damage just for that ticket, just the presidential ticket. I think so. Matter of fact, it's kind of funny. I think if she grabs, I'm thinking to myself, if they would have said, let's bring over RFK, would that have helped her? I probably would have helped her pick up a few thousand votes, but that's a different conversation for a different day. But I think that I hope that she understands that she may have been used, and now she may have agreed to it, to protect Joe. I think she got played by Joe. I think DC is 100% incorrect. I think she was played by Joe, used by Joe, exploited by Joe and his wife. I think that they hate her. I think they tried to sabotage her. I think they tried to exploit her. I don't think he's trying to protect his legacy or anything. I think he's a monster, like I've been saying he was, an absolute monster. But I won't get on Joe today. I'm gonna say that for later. Save that for later. But anyway, but again, back to the name of the show, which is the Dems are coming back, and I think that again, it's happened. I'm trying to find a good. There's a good video that's going viral from my guy. I was trying to wait for DC to come on. It's 1:42. I don't know if he's gonna come up or not. If he doesn't, he said he's gonna come on. That's an hour ago now. I wanted to play one video. Which I thought was kind of the catalyst for me to name the pro. Cause I was going to keep teasing Democrats for a little longer. I may come back around and do it later. Teasing the Democrats a little bit. Let me see. I think I have it on here somewhere. But I'll probably do some more videos later to kind of tease them a little bit. But when I seen this video, I said, yeah, they're getting ready to kind of turn back up again. I think this is it right here. Let me see, 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Professor Eddie Glaude from Princeton. He's always on MSNBC all the time, and he's trending because he did a pretty good job making the case. I just hate, and like I said, I'm not gonna do the race thing too much until I get DC on. We may can touch on some deeper stuff with the race stuff, but Let me see where we at. Was it only 90 seconds? He said a lot in 90 seconds. I thought it was a bit longer than that. But I'm gonna play some of Eddie's. I'm gonna play a little bit. I think it's about a 97 clip, and listen to what he was saying. I thought it was really, really funny. I thought it was really funny. And I've been seeing this before he said this. It started happening. I think I want to say maybe yesterday, maybe that the people are gonna have to call out who they gotta call out. I just hate that we get used for that. And again, that's a different conversation. For DC, I think we can talk, kind of go down a rabbit hole of how the mainstream culture, quote unquote, the white culture, don't want to fight with each other and hold each other accountable. And you got non-white folks having to come on these mainstream shows and basically call out the other whites. And then I don't know if that energizes whites on the left after we do it first. I don't really know what the hell is going on, to be totally honest with you, when it comes to that stuff. Like, this is insanity at the end of the day. But it's happening. And so let me play some of Eddie's stuff, because he's been going a little bit of viral, at least in the intellectual world, I guess, if you want to call Twitter that. As you want to call it. But I love it, man. I love it. Let me share this. I was trying to wait on you. I was trying to wait for you, DC, but I guess you're not coming on. So, oh well.
Are confusing the hell out of me. There's this sense, right, that whiteness, right, is under threat. The demographic shifts. The country isn't what all of these racially ambiguous children on Cheerios commercials are confusing the hell out of me.
Right? Eddie, a lot of people voted because their life's too damn expensive, and it was here, and
they voted for. You're telling me, Stephanie, that all of these people who believe that their lives that bread is too high and eggs are too high, that they voted for a convicted felon, a guy who said we can grab the pea.
I think that a lot.
They voted for this guy.
I'm not defending it, but I think there are tons of people that don't pay attention to, and I'm not defending it, don't pay attention to politics at all. But while we live in the most prosperous country in the world, people are saying life's not fair. I'm not doing well. My son's still living in the basement. I can't seem to get a job. I don't like the status quo. I'm voting for something else. And
I love you to life.
I love you.
But I do not believe that. Mm-hmm. I cannot believe that. And the reason I think you believe it is because you don't want to believe that that's what's really motivating them. It's always the case. People don't want to believe what the country actually is, because if they believe it, they're going to have to confront what's in them. I don't believe that. They voted for a crook, a person who they know is stealing from, just doing everything to undermine the so-called country that they love. And then they're telling us the BS that it's economics. We know that's not true.
Yo, I can't make it up, bro. I can't make it up. I wanted to get DC's reaction on that. I hate to play it, but he ain't on. We'll put this back for a second. Let me just say this, man. And I typically don't respond to the comments, but I have to. Chris, you cooking in here. Look, Chris, that's what I was saying, though, where you said, I really think that Democrats, let me put this on the thing. I agree with you. Where you said here, I really think that Democrats should focus in black people, should focus in on black people in the South. They should try to get their votes. I thought that's where the $1 billion went. That's where I thought the $1 billion went. I mean, I won't say Chicago, but even though she lost numbers in all of the inner cities, which I'm still baffled by that. But that's what I was saying, is that when you're in Milwaukee, if you're in Detroit, if you're in Atlanta or Durham or wherever, I thought that's where the money was going. You know, outside of maybe the suburbs, but they didn't show up either. And I would give DC that. I mean, his only caveat, or the number, it's not even a caveat, really. The number one position was, if they show up, she will win. That is a fact. If they show up, the Democrats are winning. They win. If they just show up, not by much. And trust me, this election, when the numbers finally settle in, it's still not going to be by much. Whoever wins the popular vote, at the end of the day, when you look at the districts that the counties that you needed to win, and the states that you needed to win for the electoral college victory, they did not show up. And we're just talking about a hand. Look, when you look at the numbers, it's going to be a handful of people. 50,000, 20,000, 10,000. I mean, a handful of people here and there. The Democrats have the vote. The vote. Those people are there, and they did not get them to come out. But you supposedly spent most of that money in those swing states, in those blue areas, in those swing states to get the turnout. Or you made a failed calculation and said we don't need to spend any money there because they're going to turn out. And I hope they wasn't that stupid, right? And you burnt the money on paying celebrities to come out and talk, or on paid the money on. Think about it like this, people. Think about it like this. She had bigger rallies than he had, but no one voted for her. So were the rallies real? Was the rallies AI or CG? I just thought about that. That's what I was saying about the entertainment factor. If you didn't know anything and you just watched her campaign, you would have said clearly, at least the Democrats are excited and they're going to show up in crazy numbers. Forget the independents, forget the Republicans that are never Trumpers, forget the people who are just mad at Trump for being loud and talking crazy. Forget all those people. At least your base is going to show up. She gave them Tim Walz. So they got their progressives. They got Tampon Tim. That wasn't enough. Right? So, like I said, something just wasn't right with the number. It started to almost make me start to get conspiratorial and say, how real is any of it? Because it's not making any sense. And to watch the people who have been telling me for 100 days how good everything was, to watch them pretend, to watch them not tell the truth about what's really going on. They're focusing on the surface stuff, which is like, oh, well, should have said this or should have said that. And they're focusing on distractions. I want to really just get everyone to really just try to find information just about, well, hold up now. You had to, and remember something. I'm trying to watch as much as I can. I have not heard anyone talk about, what about the rally size? How is she selling out places? Now, you could make an argument that they may have manipulated the environment and said, well, look, we're going to get a Meg Thee Stallion concert, so it's going to fill up the stadiums. We're going to get Beyonce here. It's going to fill up the stadium. They're not going to vote. These are not voters. These are folks just to see the celebrities. Maybe that's the argument. But every rally I've seen, because remember when Joe Biden, it was pandemic, but Joe Biden rallies, Trump rallies was crazy during the pandemic, but Joe Biden didn't have a lot of things. Think about this. Joe Biden didn't even run the campaign, and he got 81 million votes. So if you would argue and say, well, if she's a DEI hire, let's just make that argument. If she's everything that the party stands for, feminism, progressivism, transism, ism, why wouldn't y'all come out and support and vote? Not necessarily her as a person, but her as an idea of what you've been sold for the last 100 years about being more progressive and more inclusion and on and on and on. Or your polls should have told you, oh, they're not into that no more. You're going to see a big drop off. Even the Democrats aren't excited no more. But you're showing rallies where it appeared that they were excited. Anyway, it's insane, to say the least. It's insane. It's insane. But like I said before, I am starting to see people get excited again. They're starting to call each other out again. They're starting to fight, and I think I even heard that is it the FBI? That's the FBI, DOJ, somebody, Pentagon. They said that some of the power brokers are organizing now to put some things into place before Trump gets into office, to try to make it more difficult for him to govern. So they're working on some things supposedly, I guess, quietly or something. I don't know. So that'd be one thing. I told my people last night, I said, if I'm the Democrats, they're still in charge, right? They don't have the House, but they're still in charge. The last time I checked, right? You got 3 months, right? Or what, 2.5 months, whatever it is. Push some things through, maybe. Sign some more executive orders. I mean, do something with this time. You know what I mean? I don't know what that should be, but do something. Take full advantage of the power that you have at the moment. And maybe they will do that. Maybe it's happening, maybe quietly. Nancy Pelosi, she seems extremely optimistic. If you go watch her interview on the Washington Post YouTube channel, very confident, very very happy. Because they didn't get you. Because they didn't. At the end of the day, you didn't get slaughtered. No matter how no matter how the right wants to slice it. Like I said, it is fun poking the Democrats for fun reasons. But like I said, you didn't destroy anything. You just happened to win the swing states. And swing states swing. And at the end of the day, just like Biden swept before and he swept, it's just those 7 states by some thousands of votes, right? It's not no referendum or no mandates on ending America and no one wants all this stuff. That's not real at the end of the day. A lot of people love progressive policy, period, point blank. Oh, we got a guest. We got a guest on the show. Oh, we have a guest. Is the guest here? Check. Microphone check. Check.
Yo. I'm here. Yeah. Had to get somewhere quiet, but I'm here, man. I'm here.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Well, where were you at? I haven't been able to listen in, so.
I'm all over the place. I'm just running my mouth. Just running my mouth. I was trying to focus on the DEMS striking back because they've already started to get motivated again. They're out protesting now. They're running their propaganda on social media now. They're all getting excited, and the whole licking your wounds for the last few days. It's starting to. I would argue, at least what I'm seeing, is starting to subside to some degree. All the blame game and stuff is starting to wind down. And they're starting to move back into attack mode and standing on their principles. They're not going to change. No one's going to shift them any directions and all that other nonsense. They're going to get back, to doing what they do, be it CRT, DEI, pressure on the cops, racism, social program, whatever it is, right? Protecting immigrants, etc. Right? They're going to get back to the business of it, whatever that's going to look like. So I was just talking more about that, but then I sort of pulled myself kind of a little bit back into the election a little bit. And I'm still trying to kind of diagnose it. And like I said, people have lots of reasons about why, but like the numbers are starting to come in. It looks like it's several million people who didn't even vote. We're going to see the final numbers at some point. So I need to know what that means. I need to know what it means that Democrats didn't want to vote. And I don't know if they didn't want to vote for her specifically because she's not. And I remember, what did I tell you? And again, I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but America's a funny place, right? And no matter what the polls say or nothing, I can make an argument that she's an inferior candidate. And what do I mean by that? She's not a super Negro. And no matter how you want to slice it, this country, if you are not a white person, specifically a white man, and even they have to be somewhat super on some level, you, or at least the perception of it, you need to definitely be a super Negro. Now, I didn't think that was going to be true because the Democrats lied and said that any generic Democrat, even her, should beat Trump by 10 points, blah, blah, blah. All the numbers, all the simulation that they ran shows that any Democrat, they said, outside of Joe Biden, can beat that can beat Trump. Now, like I was saying, when the numbers settle in, she's not gonna lose by much. So of course the hype on the internet and people who are retarded and stupid who just run their mouth about whatever, social media people, the news people, they're just running with everything, right? But when the numbers all settle down, if he wins by 3 or 4 million popular votes and win the swing states by say 300,000, then it's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. He ran by a few thousand, just like Joe Biden did, right? He barely won, basically, and he barely won the swing state. If these people showed up or whatever, or his people didn't show up, it goes the opposite way, which is what we talked about 3 months ago. I am wondering though, just listening to people on the left. Remember, I'm not even talking about the right, by the way. Just focusing on the comments on the left and how they kept talking about Michelle and Obama and how they are and how she's not that. And I'm thinking, I said, she's qualified enough. If I want to use, say, George Bush Jr. as an example, from a quote unquote qualified, and then constitutionally speaking, you just got to be 35 and a citizen, born in America, whatever, right? Anyone, we all qualified to be president, obviously, in this country for the most part. My point is that I think you can even be a criminal, right? DC, if I'm not mistaken, you just got to be 35 and what?
Yeah, 35 and naturalized citizen. Yeah.
So anyway, my point was, she's not super though. She's good. You know, she was rough. You know, she's very rough around the edges initially, and like I told people, nobody knows. People didn't believe me. Like, people don't know this person. But it's not about the people. Is my whole point. Like, I don't care about the common people talking. It don't really matter. It's the experts that spent $1 billion telling us and showing us rallies in large crowds. Remember something: if she did not have large crowds, if she did not have big support from podcasters to celebrities, right? If those things were real, then the outcome should be a little. Not saying she should have won, but the outcome should be different, right? You cannot. You keep telling me that you're showing me sellout crowds, massive crowds, DC. There is no way that me and you can analyze this situation and say, well, hold up now. If she's going to all these places, blue places, and they're showing up in these kind of crowd sizes, comparing it to Donald Trump having large crowds, just saying that they turned out for him. So I'm using it as a comparison. So they were just there for the entertainment. They really did not support her. They really don't roll with her, right? She really couldn't get them to hit the button for her. And it's not, I mean, like I said, it's not her as a person. It's just that candidate's not going to work. Now, if she was a super Negro candidate, would that have made it better? I don't even know at this point, to be totally honest with you. I really don't know, because the numbers were so bad. It's like, well, they didn't even just vote. Forget even voting on the top of the ticket or down the ticket. They just didn't even come out and vote. But everything that the Democrats were selling us on television, on social media, is that the energy was there. I have you recorded on Tuesday night saying what? Atlanta, Durham, right? These places are going to show up. And we had folks in our comments saying, well, hold up. She's not even winning Virginia right now. In Fairfax, we're looking at Fairfax County saying, what's going on? Where's the numbers at? You know, so how much of a failure is the Democratic apparatus? Or was it just a money grab? Look, in real life, it doesn't matter who we run. The Democrats are washed. Joe Biden has been messing up for the last 2 years. It is terrible. And who's going to take the hit? Who wants to be set up? Pick somebody. She won it.
I think.
Okay, let her have it. Let her run it. And then, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But we are in the tank. It's really bad. Our own people, think about this: Chicago, Austin, Miami, Newark, New Jersey, Manhattan, the Bronx, Fairfax, Virginia, Arlington, Virginia, all over the place, Maryland, Baltimore, Philly.
Yeah.
And then all in Atlanta, all in North Carolina, and in Georgia, in the blue areas, and Chicago. I haven't even checked California, so I don't know what that looked like. That might be some drops there too.
But
that is very unusual. Forget everything about Trump. You're telling me that your own party didn't come out? So no, forget the independents, forget everybody. You didn't get people to come out at the number, and not that much, like you were saying about white women, right? 2 points. Give us 2. Give us 3 points. Didn't even vote. Didn't even vote.
Yeah. Yeah. So they can obfuscate and say, well, at least I didn't vote. I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for Trump. But then you didn't show up to cast your vote either. There's a couple of things that is becoming very, very blatantly obvious for me. And like I said, I'm looking at this from a point of view of thinking of it from the inverse. Like I said, I have to think of this from the inverse now. I don't I don't know if Kamala could have did anything different to make up for what the gap was going to be during this election. Um, Everything now is just based off opinion and what people say or think that they know. But it's going to be hard to kind of diagnose this particular election, not unless it holds true when JD Vance comes up and we see it kind of break the same way. So, regardless of the candidate, we can kind of get a little bit more of a better idea on what the country truly is. This one here is very, very unique. I think that Trump, in a way, he's not transformative, but his ideology and the way that he is basically presented is. I think he has gathered on a movement of people that don't necessarily have to support him, know him, like him, and he's done something to gravitate that base of people to activate them to vote what is against their interest, not in their best capacity, and to kind of like morph where things that may hurt or may hurt this particular individual or may hurt this demographic, morph that into not voting that way and voting against. He's been very, very good with doing that. I think he's just a unique candidate at the end of the day. The politics, this is what I would call the Trump years. I told you, I call this the Trump years from post Obama to just being the Trump ascendancy. Clearly, that's what this is. I don't know like how long it's going to hold or what it's going to end up being, but he has a legacy now that he upholds. I'm just tired. I'm tired of the liberal left, preferably the women, not acknowledging the stuff that they know to be true, and it's starting to kind of seep into people's analysis because people are still trying to find a way to explain this. Like I said, it's not any different than what you see people do. You very seldom catch someone basically voting 20% against an unpopular candidate the way that they did with Mark Robinson in North Carolina. That is forget the turnout for a minute. That is unheard of. That means that 20% of those people that voted for the Democratic candidate in North Carolina made the conscious choice to say, nah, no matter how similar those policies are, they're voting for a Democratic governor, right? So no matter how similar or what they support, because I'm pretty sure they support abortion, LGBTQ rights, the standard, what I would call the standard moderate leftist agenda, right? To vote automatically for the candidate that supported your Republican candidate that you rejected, there's something else there outside of just policy and economics or whatever the case they're going to use. Um, I'm in a line. I don't know. I know you don't really want to delve into it, but I'm more aligned to what Dr. Claude said to that white woman because when white women in particular are faced with that kind of direct confrontation, they always move. They always move the goalpost. They never acknowledge it. That's how I know it's real. They never acknowledge it, bro. It's just it's nasty work. And like I said, I don't know who the white woman is that's on the bulwark. She's extremely deceptive. Extremely deceptive, bro. I don't think these people. I don't think you can't. I'm not gonna hold you, but I don't think none of these. I don't think these white women voted for Kamala. And I want to go through the battleground states too, because the battleground states is what tells the truth. If you're telling me in Pennsylvania, 60% of the so-called white women there voted for Donald Trump and not for her, that's the problem. How can you make up that difference? Black people don't make up that difference. Latinos don't make up that difference. That's a loss. It's an L. Same with Arizona. Same with North Carolina. You just go down the line. If those women are significantly breaking more so than the actual national average, and they're breaking in states that are basically supposed to be like the blue wall or more of a progressive standard bearer of politics, what's the difference? You tell me. All of those places have Democratic governors, Democratic senators. They have Democratic representation. So it's just I don't know, man. Like it's very, 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 very unusual what has happened during this election. Um, I think everybody has their own opinion, but I mean, I'm the one that makes the most sense is what I heard Dr. Glaude say to that white woman. That's the one that's the one that I align with primarily. I know a lot of people don't want to deal with that, but I think that's really what happened here because all the rest of it doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't. But like I said, that's my opinion, though.
I don't know. I don't know, man. Like I said, we could when you win, you can spin it how you want to spin it, right? That's the whole point. That's the whole point about winning. That's what you're supposed to do, right?
Right?
I look at the numbers and I don't see the numbers though. See, I don't care about. I can make percentages do anything. I can manipulate percentages, right? So say if every demographic is percentage wise did not perform, right? And they and even went to the Republican Party, right? The problem I keep having with the numbers is the Democrats didn't come and vote. So I don't care about the bros. I don't care about Trump. I don't care about people being mad about DEI and CRT and trans and welfare and giving people something they don't deserve, reparations. Race issues. That doesn't mean anything because the numbers aren't there. Is what I'm trying to say. It'd be different, and I would say I would make the more sound argument if I saw the numbers. And Trump gets 90 million votes, 85, 90 million votes. And it's like, oh, wow, they really turned out for him. But that's not what we're seeing. We're going to see in the hundreds of thousands. So you're telling me that the Democrats just didn't vote? That doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense to you? If it's about identity politics, if it's about race, if it's about more pressure on corporations to give more benefits, more worker protection, more protection for unions, more protection for trans, for gays, for blacks, for browns, for immigrants, for immigration, for border. Like they keep
Right.
like the trick is this. We're not going to play. I'm not going to play the political game in the sense that, oh well, people voted for Trump because of inflation and immigration. We just use those two, right? Of course, there's other things. Of course, we just use those two. Okay, that's cool. Show me the numbers though. I need the numbers. If you want to say that 2020 was real, right? I want to say, well, okay, cool. Then show me the extra number of people that said, okay, on the left, by the way, we're going to leave and go to the right. That's the part I don't understand. The whole point of being on the left is to protect the stuff on the left. So wouldn't the left numbers at least equal the numbers or inflate his numbers? And I'm thinking
That's what I'm saying.
we're still under the count from 4 years ago. It's still under the count by 10 million
Right.
votes or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, whatever the number is, right? I'm just coming from that perspective. Is that where are the voters at? Forget the 45% of Hispanic men and the 80% of the 20% of black men and the white women didn't show up in the suburbs and they don't like her as a candidate and she's a bad candidate and okay, whatever, right? But if you are a Democrat or progressive or liberal of all races, classes, and creeds, and you spend $1.4 billion and you claim that you're targeting inner cities and you're running your campaign and you have sellout crowds, so everything appears to be at the bare minimum. At the bare minimum, the Democrats are going to show up. Forget Trump, right? From that sense, meaning that whatever he says, forget all of the independent votes who may may like him for all type of reasons. You know, he's against certain things, and you want to support him, or you're mad that eggs cost $5 versus $2, right? Whatever it is, right? Or gas costs too much, or you just like that he's charismatic, right? Whatever your excitement is you know, it's all good, right? I'm only talking about the Democrats. You with me right now? I'm only talking about them. Where was the vote at? Right? Forget the white women that may lean towards because the lady that you're talking about, you know, she's a Republican, by the way. She's just a never Trump.
I know.
She's a Republican. So
I know.
so they're
I know.
gonna oscillate.
So why?
Because,
But I'm saying, but why listen to somebody like that then? That's so-called on the so-called leftist channel, making it seem like she's in that mindset. That's what I'm saying. So the mindset that she's working from
but she's not the
is
point.
no. But
The
what I'm
point
saying
is
is the
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 point.
audience the audience she's displaying herself to the audience as if she has been doing this on this team for duration of her lifetime, instead of saying that I have the same brain as these people. So this is the truth. This is what we really think. Instead of saying, oh no, I don't think it's that, and then you withhold what the truth is. You withhold what the hesitancy is dealing with someone that presents like Kamala does to you, and how that makes you feel going in the booth casting a vote for her. See, a lot of people are going to just diagram, and like I said, yeah, the spoils goes to the winner. But you said something that's going to be very, very accurate. If the numbers come out where there's a barely, you know, this it's a trim, it trims up a little bit, and say like 77, 77. Trump, and maybe 77 million Trump, and maybe like she's at 74, 73. I mean, that's still a big difference. Because, like I said, he wins the popular vote. But what does that mean
Yeah,
as
but the
far as
popular vote
those
that he
numbers?
won, it's all underperforming though. That's what I'm saying. You could spin it, right? So if you're watching TV, they're going to tell you that he overperformed in these areas and he won the popular vote, which is unbelievable. But in reality, it's not, because what I need for you to, I'm just saying, based off I'm coming from the left, I need him to win the popular vote, and it needs to be 85 million, not 76, right? Because I'm being told by Democrats that they're going to come out and vote. That's what I'm talking about. Where is the 5 million votes at? That's a lot of votes, bro. Where's the 5, 6, 8 million, maybe even 8 million at this point? Where are the votes at? I'm talking about that. All the other stuff doesn't matter. Like talking about Trump, talking about her, talking about good or bad, and not enough time. That doesn't mean anything if I don't see the numbers, is what I'm trying to tell you. Where are the numbers at? I want the numbers. You're short 10 million? What's going on? Like I said, if they've come out and say, well, it's the COVID thing, that doesn't make, I mean, you could argue either way on the COVID thing, right? I would expect it to be, me and you talked about it before. I was confident that both her and him was going to break the 2020 numbers because people are not trapped. They can come outside. Now, you can make an argument and say, well, maybe they're distracted, unlike in 2020. That might be an argument. But I'm thinking to myself, when you look at the rally and you look at her crowds, you would expect the base to show up. And they showed up for some Senate races, of course, and House races, because a lot of people kept their a lot of folks kept their you still there? Hello? This guy, his phone, bro. What's going on with the phone, man? I'll try to get him to come back, because I'm gonna stick on that for a while until I can sort of get over the numbers where, you know, you went through this much money, and you telling people that a vote's there and it's not there, and everybody's yelling and screaming about other things that are really a distraction. It's like, well, hold up, but where are the voters at? Your voters didn't even come out, and the voters who believe in everything that you talk about didn't show up. Oh, there you go. You there? As a matter of fact, I remember doing when Joe Biden was running, they had a campaign against him saying, "Don't vote for the top of the ticket" campaign. I forget what it was called. A few months, or maybe back in July, I think. It was saying, "Don't vote for the top candidate. Don't vote for Joe Biden or something." I don't know what it was. I don't know if that had some kind of impact either. Don't know at this point, right? But for you not to get the people who support you to vote, but you're being told that they're going to vote, I'm talking more about that. Because then, if Trump wins all those states, but he wins by 1,000 votes or 500 votes, or it'd be from the context of the swing states, it would have been a contest. How is it not a contest when you have the votes there? The votes are there. You're short. You're short by like millions. Like, how is that possible? On your side. That's the whole key thing. I am not talking about independent voters that you're trying to swing to the left. Not talking about those voters. Not talking about Trump voters. Not talking about any of them. I'm talking about people who support women, people who support black people who want women in play, people who support trans and gays, people who support support workers and unions, people who support protecting immigration, people who believe in sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, people who believe that actually believe that Joe Biden got inflation down from 9% to 2% with the Inflation Reduction Act. The people that believe, the Democrats who believe that they clearly passed a law for infrastructure, that they believe that Trump killed the immigration bill. I'm talking about the actual people who support her, not her, but the Democratic Party. If you don't vote, then I don't want to talk about Trump. I don't want to talk about him being a racist and Republicans being a misogynist or the bros or I don't want to hear. There's no conversation there. That conversation only exists, in my opinion, is when you show me that he hit 85 million votes. That people that in the that they're hitting numbers, meaning that even though she got her supporters, she matched the 2020 number, so she got that number. It's just that Trump was more charismatic. People are sick and tired of trans talk. People want to get back to more traditional America. Blah blah blah. People feeling bad about inflation or whatever, right? That will make more sense to me. But the Democrats didn't even come out and vote. That is so funny that they're not focusing on that. That's all I care about until I see those numbers get into the 80s. And unless someone can explain it away. Because you cannot have sellout crowds. Again, if she would have hid in the basement somewhere and didn't do big rallies and we didn't really see her much and she gave a few speeches, then it would make sense to me. But where the rally people, the rally folks didn't vote? I mean, I think she had one rally I think it was like 35,000 people showed up in Georgia at a rally. I just think it's weird, bro. That's all I'm saying. I just think it's weird.
If you're dealing with a voting demographic that doesn't feel energized to vote, it's the same thing. They just have their reasons why they didn't vote. But that's what I mean. That's the duplicitous nature of it. If someone is saying that they're going to do something, then they don't do it. They obviously didn't support enough. It wasn't important enough for them. It didn't hurt them enough. They don't think it's basically that serious. So instead of saying that, they voted for Trump, they just rather the couch won in some of these instances. So that's it.
Again,
I mean, I don't know.
I'm not talking about those voters. I'm talking about Democratic voters who vote.
I'm talking about Democratic voters that vote too. I'm talking about the Democratic.
That's all noise.
I'm talking about the voting electorate.
Spending $1 billion in Atlanta, in North Carolina, in Durham, in Maryland, in Chicago, in Detroit, in Milwaukee. I'm talking about those people who vote, who are registered, not likely voters, registered voters, and nothing. Even black women didn't vote for her. It dipped 3%. How is that possible? So that's why I said I want all the numbers to settle. We better not find out that more black women voted for Biden than they did her. I'm gonna just leave that there. By the way, we're gonna leave that there.
I'm saying I think that may actually be true. I think that may actually be true. You're talking about the actual overall number, right? Forget the percentages. You're talking about the overall
I
number,
don't care
right?
about no. I can manipulate you with percentages. I don't care about percentages. What I'm
Okay.
talking about, I don't care if 40% did this and 10%. That doesn't mean anything. I want to know individual people, one to one, who actually came out and voted. And if you find out, if I find out in over the last 4 elections, raw numbers, that black women did not vote for her at the, and I'm being nice by saying at the same rate, right? It should be 10. It should be two. We'll just say 2 over plus 2 plus 3, right? Would be nice about it. It should be more than that, obviously, right? But plus 2 plus 3, right? And I'm talking about specifically in the swing states, specifically in those blue areas, not the rural areas, not some random location, specifically where you're telling me that what her campaign is talking about is resonating, and that they vote for her at the same rate as Biden. And that's why I wanted all the numbers to come in before I start jumping out the window on some of that, because it needs to be at least plus 2. It should be plus 5 or 8, right? If it's the same, that's problematic. But it needs to be at least 1 over, right? Half a point, 1 point, 2 points, and it might be already. I haven't done all the math on it yet. It might already be. I don't know, but I know it ain't a crazy amount because the overall numbers aren't saying that, right? It's just going to be a strange thing if things are either under or very, very close, and then you tell me that 5,000 didn't show up in this city, and 5,000 didn't show up in that city, and 5,000 didn't show up in that city. Well, then what does that mean? And that's what I mean about how is it less about the voters and it's more about the money, right? Running the campaign, the media collecting their checks for running the ads, so that's hundreds of millions of dollars there. Is it really more about that? And to at least, what I mean by that is that we know that they're not going to turn out, but we're never going to say that. So we're going to sell you on going against her, she's terrible or she's great, and they got the regular folks fighting online about it to make it appear real. But in reality, we already ran the numbers 4 months ago. Joe Biden was in the tank. No one could pull him out the hole, but we got to distract you on that. So we gonna have you eat on her and go after her and make it all about her. And these dumb fucks are taking the bait, basically, right? Because it's like, well, hold up now, no. They wasn't going to win. They didn't have to run Trump. They could have run anybody. It's just that it may have been so bad. Is my whole point. We're never going to know that information, though, right? We're never going to know it, but it's going to look that way to me because nobody voted. That's my biggest point. I was expecting. I think Biden got 81 million. I want to say Trump maybe got 78 somewhere. I forget the exact numbers. I was thinking, 83, 80. It being nice. Let's just say 83. Let's just say 82. 1 million over, right? Either one. Either she takes it or he takes it. But we're short 7, 8 million, 6 million, 4 million, whatever the numbers are. We're short in the millions, not 100. At least you got to match 2020 at the electorate level. You should at least be around that number. You're not even close to the number. She down 10 million, bro. Come on, man. 10 million, bro. 10 million. DC, are you listening to me right now? Are you there? Mike, microphone check. Mike, hello, DC. 10 million? 10 million. And you're telling me that none of these experts, not one expert knew this information? Because if you knew, because I will promise you this, I hope she's not that stupid. If they would have told her, it's not even going to be close. So what's the point of stressing you out for the next 100 days? Why do you just tell her now? Like I said, now if she's a part of that party, if she bleeds blue, then she will participate in the perception and take the heat and let you beat up on her because she's already made the agreements within the party, right? That I would take the hit. Joe Biden is fucked. We would put on a show, right? And we would get all the dumbasses to buy into, her. She's a woman and she's black and she's Asian, and we're gonna and everyone takes the bait. Right, we all run to it and run with it like dumbasses, and they're sitting back. Nancy Pelosi, them, and the billionaires sitting back laughing their asses off, watching dumbasses fight each other and divide one another like fucking idiots. Right? Instead of thinking like, what's really going on here? So you cool Joe Biden. You push him out, which is insane. You do all this weird stuff behind the scenes that nobody knows about, but don't worry about that. They're so focused on her being a female and being black, no one's gonna actually know what's really going on. It's masterpieces, bro. The Democrats and Republicans, masterpieces. Because of DC, no one showed up to vote, bro. You telling me that nobody knew that? I watch all the pollster stuff, No one knew that millions of people weren't going to vote. Who said that online, on media, social media, or in media, or all the matter of fact? I'm gonna give you a perfect example of it. The bitch from Ohio, from Iowa, they said she's gonna win +3. Trump won +20. Stuff like that is little indicators, I think, to give me a little bit of insight of how they're playing us out, basically, in this particular election from a Democratic perspective, by the way. Now, maybe I'm wrong. We will see. I'm gonna keep watching it. But it's if you don't think it's suspicious, bro, it's money, it's power. Remember something. You don't get punished. It's like the weather people, right? You don't get punished for being wrong. That the hurricane didn't show up. But they went from being a Cat 5 to a tropical storm, and you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make y'all all evacuate. My bad. Oops. And then on to the next one, right? That's what it's starting to feel like with a lot of this stuff, by the way. It's that it's not even that they don't know, maybe. It's just that it's a game. It's just a money thing with them. It's just how you make money. We're gonna run these polls. We know that polls really don't work, but it gives us something to talk about, and it gives people it riles people up. It gets them all excited, and and it gives us things to talk about. But in reality, we don't really have real information. I watched that lady, and the one you're talking about that I follow, that I'm a fan of, that's on that particular show. And she talked about it over and over again. She went to all these. She does. Oh, he dropped off again. I'm talking to him like he on the line. But anyway, the lady that we're talking about, I can't think of her name. I think her name is Sarah, if I'm not mistaken. She does small focus groups, and she's been doing that for the last 100 days. So she's flying all around the country doing these focus groups. How are you this wrong? And how much money did you make doing what you were doing? And you're this wrong, and then you're acting like it's no big deal, because there is no consequence. And so then you got to think to yourself. And like I said, I would argue more that she's a part of this because she's been in it for so many years that I think she's probably she didn't get played. She played along because it does help her career, because she'll write books. She's going to be known for the next some years. So you can sell books. She don't have that much money, so they can make a lot of money. Oh, shoot. My bad.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm like in and out. Okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
I had no idea where were you talking about? I was in and out for like the
Oh, nothing.
last
I was just focusing.
10, 15 minutes.
Just on just the numbers. Just the numbers. Just that that the Democrats were saying one thing, and something else totally different was happening, and they kept talking. They kept coming out saying that they were talking to these people. Is my whole point. It'd be different if they were saying something totally different, but they wasn't. They were saying something that the complete opposite happened. How do you just miss it? You miss it and don't really take accountability for missing it. And then I'm thinking to myself, you probably didn't miss anything. You probably knew exactly what was going on, but you're not allowed to say it. You're not allowed to say how bad she's doing. You're not allowed to say how bad the Democrats are doing. You're not allowed to say that. And then because again, you don't want to lose what you already have, right? It would have been even worse. You may would have lost some blue states actually if you would have came out and said it's not gonna happen, not even close. It's not working. They're not gonna come out and vote. They're gonna stay home. Your own party's gonna stay home. Again, nothing to do with Trump. Nothing to do with people wanting to go that way and all that stuff. Nothing. I'm just talking about the raw, straight up Democrats who are Democrats. They're not, now I will concede this. I will now with the argument, because again, that's still gonna be independent stuff. Never mind. They're gonna all be independent. Anybody who swung to vote for him are gonna be independent, so they stayed home, obviously, and the independents voted for him. But I really want to find out how bad it was for the Democrats, bro. Not the independents, not the Republicans. That's what I really want to see, that number from 2020 to 2024. Once I think there is at 86% vote totals right now, so it's got about 14% to go.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't that be the same? No, go ahead.
What was you about to say?
No, go ahead. What were you about to say?
Oh no, nothing. That was it. I was just gonna say, we'll see when the 14% come in. That'll bump up a few more million, but it's gonna be short. That's all I'm saying. And I expect it to be more, not equal or close. But I'm going off my own personal expectations. That's what I thought it was gonna be a little bit more. And like I said, I was going based off of, like I did with Trump. You look at the crowd size in 16, like, oh, that's a wrap. Like the energy's there, his own, not other people, his base. You know what I'm saying? It'd be different if it was like moderates and like independents or something, right? But when your base is coming out that strong, that means that they're gonna at least show up. That's how I know that people are chasing arguments for their own benefits, for their own personal reason. They're pushing their own little arguments all over social media, on the media, and the news media. But you're not focusing on where all the damn votes went to. Her votes is what I'm talking about, and where the rallies faked. I'm talking about that stuff, by the way. See, I don't care. The people who don't like her, who vote for Trump, so what? Who cares about? I don't care about those numbers. Are irrelevant.
Yeah,
I want to focus on people who supposed to have actually voted for her, who support women, who support black women, who support the movement of the Democratic Party. I'm only talking about that. I don't care about nobody. They don't matter.
Yeah, the thing is why didn't they vote? Why didn't they come out and vote? That's
what I'm trying to figure out. Where is he at?
Yeah,
where the numbers at?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, I'm not talking about people who are leaving. I'm not talking about never Trumpers. I'm not talking about people who are mad that he says crazy things. I'm not talking about people who are independents, who can be pulled to the left, pulled to the right. I'm just talking about pure numbers coming out of the Democratic Party. I'm talking about that information, because Trump won by 3 points. So I'm not worried about that. I'm talking about the raw numbers of where was y'all at? You didn't come out. And so now they're pivoting to get into attack mode, obviously to go after Trump. The blame game is coming to an end, and everyone's taking a little bit of the blame. She's taking it, Biden's taking it, everybody's taking a little bit of the blame, and they're moving forward to get ready. They're preparing to be in attack mode for the next couple of years. But I was just kind of thinking through, man, everybody's blaming everybody, but nobody's asking themselves, why didn't the Democrats show up? What does that mean? Forget everything else. Forget the independents. Forget all that stuff. Running a bad campaign or a good campaign, or trying to spin it because you have your own propaganda lifestyle that you live in, your own little internet bubbles and shit like that. Forget all that shit. Like, where were the Democratic votes at? Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. The people who are Democrats, not people who can be swayed. Not those people, right? Not the ones that if he shows up in a McDonald's outfit, or if he goes to the ghettos, or if he goes to the Arab community. Not those. Not that. Actual Democrats, registered, that votes. How did they all vote at 100%? Did they overvote? Did they get people to come out and vote who would never vote for a Republican but would vote for a Democrat? I want to talk about more of that information. By the way, is what I'm talking about. Where is that information? I want that information. More details. I need more details. More of that.
Yeah, that's probably a little bit harder to get.
Because I thought you were going to be able to overwhelm those numbers. Forget the rural area and forget the white vote in the suburbs. Forget all of those votes.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about those.
People that support her, those numbers should be crazy. They are not crazy, bro.
He made such inroads into the cities, man. Like, even when they did show, like, the ones that he did lose, mm-hmm. if it was like 80-20 during the Biden, mm-hmm. 2020, he cut it into 60-40. So you do enough of those in larger metropolitan areas, that makes up the numbers across the board. That's why you saw the dip in Virginia's percentage as far as like how much he won by. Because in Fairfax, a lot more people that were so called will vote progressive or vote Democrat. The ones that didn't come out, that added on to the number. And then if you add the ones that did flip and did vote for Donald Trump, you got to put that into consideration too. Just because somebody is registered as a Democrat or say that they never voted for a Republican before doesn't mean that those are going to be automatic votes for the Democratic Party. You would want to believe that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that.
Well, it's not believing that it was automatic. The belief was they spent $1 billion motivating them to vote, and they may not have, is what I'm talking about.
Right.
They created a perception to make people believe something that wasn't really there, is what I'm talking about. Is that instead of being honest and saying that they're not, whatever, say whatever you got to say, but tell the truth about it instead of trying to make it, create the perception. And then you let your voters, you let these people down, making them, because you had them believing something that was never true. Is my whole point. You're selling them that's never true. It wasn't true, right? It wasn't true.
Yeah, I'm not. Man, I wish I could pull up.
There were no Kamala voters. That was a lie, right? That was a lie. There was no Kamala voters. Joe Biden was probably sabotaging everything. With remember something, she was running the campaign through his people out of Delaware because he's a monster, like I've been telling you. He's not trying to protect his legacy. He tried to destroy her. So that's a part of it. And who knows all the other things that we're not going to ever hear about.
Hold on, you saying that Biden tried to destroy who? Kamala?
Yep.
Well, what make you say that? I'm just trying to understand the logic.
Everything I've been hearing from day one. Everything I've been hearing.
I don't know about that one.
Well,
I don't know about that one.
Because you believe something different. And I think you have it, but in reality, he's against her. Her and his wife, they're both against her, actually. And I think they help sabotage. That's just me though. I'm not gonna move on their opinion. Because I know he's a monster. That's why he said what he said at the end of the election for a reason. That's why he did that, by the way. And I don't think he voted for her or his wife.
You don't think he voted for Kamala or his wife?
Nope. Sure don't. I sure
don't. So you think they voted? They voted for Trump?
I think they believe this actually destroyed their legacy by kicking him off the ticket. And I think she's more. I think the wife is more pissed off than he is.
About him not running, you mean? being sabotaged during the election.
She wanted to be Nancy Reagan. She wanted to be Barbara Bush. I run it. Don't worry about him being old and feeble. Don't worry about it. I run everything.
Nah, man.
Yeah, they didn't want to give up no power. No, yes, man. Yes, man.
I don't think that Joe Biden.
They would kill you for this job. Yes, man.
Hold on, listen. I don't think that Joe Biden put into the sabotage button of Kamala. Number one, he doesn't benefit.
Nancy Pelosi done picked her. He did not want her to run. It's all coming out. It's not true.
He didn't. Hold on now. Where are you getting that from that Joe Biden didn't pick Kamala? Where are you getting that from?
I've known this the whole time. I just needed y'all to lose.
Hold on. No.
To put it on you. That's all.
No. Listen. There's no way that this man basically would sabotage his legacy to this particular effect. I have to see proof of that. I have not even heard anything close to the sabotage. What Nancy Pelosi did yesterday reiterates that point, by the way, because she's throwing them in together. The reason why he automatically, had her put her in front of everybody else. They didn't run an open primary. She did not want that. We already knew about what Nancy Pelosi wanted. The party was split. They were split. Some people wanted her, some people didn't. There are some people very upwards to the power of the DNC leadership that did not want Kamala to run for whatever reason. And this works into their favor. They can still maintain semblance of some kind of power in the
Joe
party
Biden,
and
Joe
basically
Biden
present it from here.
sabotaged the Joe Biden sabotaged the Democratic Party, bro. I don't care what you say.
You have to present me.
It's
You
right
have
in
to
your
present
face.
me with more.
You
You have to
can't
present
see
me
it
with
for the
more
way.
evidence than just. You have to present me
You
with
can't see
more
the
evidence
forest.
than more
You can't see the
speculation.
Democratic forest
Speculation.
for the trees, baby. That's all. That's all it matters.
Speculation, man. No. I'm willing to listen if it makes some kind of semblance of sense. That just doesn't. That why would you put in to try to ruin your own legacy? That doesn't make sense, Paradox.
Joe
I
Biden's
know that he
legacy.
wanted to run.
He's
Hold
a
on.
fucking
I
racist.
know he wanted.
Fuck Joe Biden.
I know he wanted to run. I know he wanted to continue to run in this actual campaign.
The
He had
man
his legs
supposed to have
basically
stepped
taken
down
away
3
from
years
him.
ago, and he did 4 years ago. He did not step down, bro. You can't make it up. The man lied and said that I'm gonna run one time to be the bridge to bring in the new people, and he did the complete opposite of that. And do you think? And then they lied for 4 years, saying that the man was normal and he was feeble. What are you talking about? It's
You
all
say
one
you
big
say
show.
what? Hold
Like, put
on.
it in your face.
Hold
I
on.
don't just make this up.
Hold on.
Common sense.
Where are you? What? What? Hold on
Like
now.
Trump said,
No.
common sense.
Trump said what now? So are we talking about Trump or are we talking about the DNC? Those are two different things.
Yeah, but I just want to throw that jab in there real quick. That's all.
Anyway, if we're talking about the legacy that basically he was trying to uphold,
Hold
there
on.
was
No.
there was no chance.
You sold this. You and
There
your
was no
Democratic cohort
chance.
on this YouTube
There was
channel. You the
no
one sold
chance.
it. You sold a lie.
So what? So what lie? What lie was there? What lie? What are you talking about? What lie did I sell? That Joe Biden basically would rather choose his vice president that he chose to run in his stead, and that he was going to support her? Nah, I don't think he tried to sabotage it at all. I think he had disagreements
Joe
on how
Biden
she ran.
calling the Republicans
Hold on,
deplorables is not
hold on.
sabotage. Then what is it? What is it
No,
called?
man. Nah, that was clearly a situation, man, where that was misspoken. And not only that, he was basically trying to reiterate to the people, I guess, that was actually in the administration, not basically the actual people that both were for him, because he actually tried to correct it in the middle of the actual speaking point when he was basically talking to these people. He said, "Well, Don, the only thing that's deplorable is the people that's kind of like supporting him or basically having in this administration." He's not talking about the voting electorate. That's already was basically put out there, and he apologized immediately after. Don't have me trying to come up here and try to defend, the shenanigans of what Joe Biden and them did. Don't get me started
Hey,
on
you're
that.
doing a good
But
job.
I
You're
will
doing a good job.
I will
How much they
I
pay?
will I will say this though. I will say this. Once it came out that Biden was not going to be able to get the support of the DNC and the way that they was going to actually run this, I think he did. I think he did burn some actual bridges with some people that he probably needed to help Kamala out to make this an effective electorate, because she did not have the support of the strongest base of the actual party. There's a lot of people that just they was showing good faith in her, showing it up front, but they really wasn't supporting the actual administration or the possible administration that she was going to actually have. If she won, then that would have been good, but it's not the end of the world that she's lost. Clearly, that's
Where was
been
the
shown,
black churches and all the black
and it
pastors,
goes
all these
and
church
it
folks
goes and it goes
to the
and it
polls?
goes into play.
Did this really happen?
It goes into the play of showing this with the electorate not actually coming out and being decided to vote for her. That's just like, it's just, to me, it doesn't
10 million votes.
it doesn't correlate
10 million, bro.
with what the actions are.
To match his numbers, though. 8 million to match the numbers. I'm expecting it to be over 80, 81 million, 82, 83, 81 and a half. You're not even matching your numbers for the Democrats, and they're trying to put blame on everything under the sun. I'm like, but your voters didn't come out and vote.
Yeah,
Trump.
we do agree. Yeah, we do agree. I don't think that this doesn't even.
And they're not even
To
talking
me,
about it. They didn't show up to vote for this person. your own party, your own base didn't vote for you. And they're just ignoring that in these and all these arguments and conversations. They're talking about Trump this and Trump that, and men this and men that, and you're anti this and you're hold up though, bro. But
people have different.
you're
But people
saying
are gonna
that
have.
people.
But people are gonna have different opinions about what went on during this election,
We're
man.
not talking about
And it's
opinions. We're talking
all
about
no,
things
no,
that
no.
you missed the vote.
Listen.
Forget the
Listen.
opinion. Where's the vote?
The missing vote doesn't guarantee that number is going to basically sway her way. You don't know what that number would have been. It could have still been the same thing. It could have still the way it showed is still that he clearly made inroads into the Democratic electorate. There are people that normally vote Democratic that voted for this man. Period.
Yeah, you got to prove that. I don't believe that.
That's it. That's in the numbers. Okay. I wish I could go to the actual site. I can't pull it up. I'm on my phone, so I can't even split
So
the screen and actually do it.
you're telling me that staunch Democrats voted for Trump. Is what you're telling me right now. Yeah, you got to show me that.
They voted. Hold on. Staunch Democrats voted for Trump.
Yeah,
You mean?
actual people who are Democrats who vote literally said, "I'm not voting for anything I believe in my whole life. I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump because of what he said."
Oh, I believe that. I don't know what that number is, but I do believe that was something that
How
did
it?
happen.
What?
I do believe
But
that.
that's not what you were saying up until Tuesday. You wasn't telling me that. You wasn't
No,
saying
because no.
back in
I
listen,
actually
guys,
I
let
actually
y'all
said
know
this to
that
you.
all
Hold
the
on,
Democrats are gonna vote
hold on,
for Trump.
hold
You
on.
didn't say that.
Let me be
You were
perfectly
telling
transparent.
me that
No,
they
no,
was building a
no.
candidate. He was building his candidate that's gonna beat him.
Yes,
That's what you kept saying to me over and over
yes,
again.
I did
That
say
was
that.
not real.
But hold on. No, I was wrong on that. I was wrong. I was wrong on that because here's the thing. Here's the thing that I did not put into place. To me, what ended up happening on Tuesday is just basically a referendum on what the actual line or the goalpost is going to be. Without it being a transformative type of candidate from the other side, this country is going to lean a certain way. Now, if you had two candidates, Trump kind of over synthesizes these type of things because he can get away with certain things that other people cannot get away with. So it's very hard to kind of understand the political climate that we in. That's why people were off. It's very difficult. And like I said, I don't know if you can kind of put this into the terms of a diagnosis that makes any kind of sense because there are so many different reasons why people did what they did. People did what they did. It could have been to spite a
So,
certain demographic.
so you
It
so
could
you
have been. It could have been to vote their economic interests. It could have been because of racism, white supremacy. It could have been all of those factors all into one. Like I said, it's very, very difficult. The only thing that you can actually put pinpoint on this is that he did dig into the electorate that normally votes a certain way. It didn't vote that way on
okay.
Tuesday. That's it. That's what I'm telling you. That
Okay.
those numbers is swung a whole different way
So
for the people that did vote. And like I said, for the people that did vote, they have the registered Democrats there. That's what I'm saying. They have it.
right, I know.
And
They got them. I know.
those registered Democrats, it's inverse. It's a negative side. So like I said, if it was 80-20 before with the registered Democrat in this particular county, he flipped those obviously Democratic registered voters that voted to break 20% his side. So he
So
did dig into people that normally vote Democratic.
so I'm gonna agree with the chat then. So you basically saying that I'm gonna say it my way, I guess.
I can't even see the
so
chat,
that
by the way.
so that the Bobby Kennedy Democrats, I'm gonna say it that way. I'm gonna actually start using. I appreciate that. So the Bobby Kennedy Democrats and the Tulsi Gabbard Democrats, and I would even, I guess, say the Elon Musk Democrats and the Joe Rogan Democrats, and I guess all the rest of it that's flipped over way back. This is years back at this point, outside of Bobby. Maybe that's the votes that I'm talking about. I can see that now. I can work with that. I can work with that in my mind. Because I want to say Bobby had about what 20% early on, right? Something like that they were saying, right around 20. I thought it was half her and half him as far as that support, but that's a great point. That's actually great point. Is that a lot of
We will
people who are saying
see.
they're damn. My only issue with that would be the pollsters and the you know what, I wish they would have added that and they didn't do it. I wonder when they ran polls and when they had the focus groups that no one accounted for the Bobby, the Tulsi, the Joe, because these are all people these are people from the left. Even JD Vance, really,
Yeah, but they're moderate. They're moderate, but they're moderate left though. They're not. They're moderate though.
So,
No. Listen what I'm saying,
that
man.
blows up my point.
They're moderate. So it's not like Tulsi. It's not like Tulsi was some kind of what you would call extra left liberal. She wasn't progressive in the sense of how Kamala is and her voting record
Not
is.
progressive. What I'm saying is that the blind spot, I just got help on that. That's a great point.
She's a
My blind
Democrat.
spot that I'm saying after talking for 2 hours, I think my blind spot is I totally erased for the last 100 days. I totally erased because see, I've been following Totem for so long. I don't really look at them as Democrats anymore. So I'm thinking,
Right.
but I just thinking about it now, looking at the fucking votes. I guess maybe that is where the numbers are, which is the Tulsi vote. They didn't even, and I guess I was so caught up thinking about it real time, basically, right? I'm caught up in what's going on, kind of the standard, what's happening already, meaning that in the numbers, Trump already has Tulsi and Joe and all of the lefties had left and the Robert. That was already included in the polls. That was already included in everything already. That's what I'm thinking. But now, after the fact, maybe not. Maybe the inroads that he made in those communities is connected to those people, and they're not talking about that. That could be. I gotta think about that some more. That might be a very That might have a lot to do with it, and it's been ignored.
That's why. That's why.
Ignored that.
That's why. That's why I said. That's why I said that a lot of the people that are doing these shows, I don't know if they voted for Kamala. They've never been explicit. They've never been explicit about saying that. That's what I'm saying. They never said I voted for her. They don't say that. None of them do.
They definitely.
So I mean, they're and I'm saying there's a good chance because like when you listen to any of the Trump supporters, you know what the first thing they say? I voted for the man. I voted for him. They're proud of their vote. They're proud of their vote. They're letting you know I voted for Trump. But this Harris thing, like I said, when people talk about Harris, just because you're watching a liberal show or a liberal outlet or whatever you want to call that, because it's just a side that is so-called antithetical to the other side. But you got to understand, he has sympathizers that are so-called left, which would be extra progressive and Democrats. You think anybody there at the Young Turks voted for Kamala?
No.
Outside of Dr. Ritchie? No. Outside of Dr. Ritchie, he's the only one. Because he's the only one that said, I voted for her.
A lot of folks at the top of the ticket blinked who were Democrats.
Right.
And they're never going to tell us. But the numbers are telling me that. And I did not think about Bobby Kennedy's votes or Tulsi votes or the Rogan votes. Not the one, because a lot of times, because we would have to somehow try to figure out can we prove it on some level? Somebody can do some research on that. I don't know, but definitely, if the argument is all the left people that left, even I would even argue even like a Bill Maher, who basically has been flirting with the right, or Anna Kasparian, who's from TYT, been flirting with the right. Even someone like what's the guy that's real popular on streaming, the streamer dude? What is that guy's name? I can't think of his name right now. But even he's flirting, even though he's a flaming progressive, he even was playing around and flirting with the right as well, just to get numbers up. But it may all those little things may have some level of impact of all age groups. Even the 19 to 20, even the 18 to 29 swung his way as well.
So dealing with the fallout, like right, hindsight 2020, right? Hindsight at least
and all the data, it's all here now.
So let me ask you this: who do you think, right? Because we're in the opinion side of what is going on. Who do you think would have been a better run? So people, because I know people are like,
doesn't matter.
Kamala. See, that's where I'm at too.
The argument we're making now is that what I would argue with you that Kamala them should have. I mean, I'm just spitballing, of course. Probably should have said, you know what, Robert, let's roll, right? You see what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like I said, because I don't have the numbers. I don't know. thinking about it now, we're kind of real time. How much impact did the people who left the left? How did it affect all these numbers? Because clearly, Bobby had a huge. If he would have held his guns and stuck to it, he would have got a massive number. Jill Stein did not get his number. She got 600,000 votes across the country.
Right.
If he would have held on and really impacted the election, and we would have said, wow, he got 15%, which is crazy for a third party. He got 15, 18%, or whatever. I'm just making a point. Like I do now, I'm starting to think. I'm not saying that's the ultimate number. I still feel like true Democrats who did not leave still didn't show up in the right numbers, in my opinion. But like you just said, the inroads that Trump made in those spaces, a lot of that could be that again, I'm still thinking that maybe an independent vote or maybe more of a Bobby vote, not really a true Democrat vote though. I think I might still just stay with that though, is that the true Democrat vote, because those voters had already left. So that should have been accounted for, because a lot of those votes are independent votes. The Bobby votes, the Tulsi votes, the Rogan. A lot of those votes are the guys who had already started coming out of the Democratic Party and starting to be listed as independents. And I want to say this was the highest level of people who were not registered as a Republican or Democrat was this cycle. And so I know a lot of votes that left had already become independents, I think, though. So that part, I have to think about that a little bit more. I think the actual Democrat, though, who did not leave, who was not a part of Bobby or Tulsi or Joe or any of those people, just did not show up either, though. So it may be a combination of both, probably. Maybe a combination of both. But we're
Paradox.
talking about it.
Paradox. Look, listen what I'm saying, man. Everybody, those states still came out and voted for anybody else that was Democrat
Yeah.
except Kamala. It would make sense if it broke that side of the divide. Even though he broke into some of the actual other numbers, but those were competitive races anyway. So those can flip. Those that's understandable because those people basically flipped with their actual votes in some of those states. So that kind of made sense, in some of those states where it was competitive Senate races. You know what I mean? But as far as what happened with like North Carolina, all these other places, Michigan has a Democratic governor. Very progressive, by the way. Which Gretchen, that's what I'm saying. See, like all of these people, we're gonna see it. You're gonna begin to see the new leadership on how they already have plans in place. I know they got a plan for when she lost. What it was gonna be able to do.
See, the far left was very quiet, and I assumed
exactly
the Bernie Bros and all, I assumed
exactly right.
I assumed because they gave them Tim Walz, they put on a good face for me. And they made it seem like they were all in because they were quiet. Maybe they were quiet because they were never going to vote.
They were never going to vote. Not energized, not doing it.
And they just shut up. Y'all deserve
Think about it. Think about it. Gaza. That's what I'm saying. Gaza. That's what So there it is. That's exactly what I'm thinking,
Bernie,
bro.
If y'all watch Bernie's interview that he had today on my girl show from CNN, I ain't gonna lie, man. The dude looked pretty smug. He looked pretty. I mean, just the way he was on Theo Von's show, the way he was doing. He did Theo Von. He did my guy. What's the guy's name? He's a Russian immigrant. I think he's first generation that I follow. God, what is his name right now? Very quiet. He's a judo fighter. What is his name?
Can you play that clip from? I think we need to show some of these people on the left, man. Because the Dr. Glaude clip, can you show that one? And then that's another one I want to tell you to play, where people are asking these questions, where they're doing these diagnoses. But I want people to see, because like I said, when they're confronted with any of this, it's like, I just support the woman. I don't believe in her. So everything, all your negatives that came out is what you believed in the first place. No, I wasn't really a supporter. No, I don't really believe in her. No, I don't really, it's all of this stuff. And see, that's what I'm saying. So all of this stuff finally comes out, and you just basically lied to everybody about who you was going to vote for, when in actuality, it's always been either you wasn't going to vote or you was going to basically have a silent vote for Trump. And I believe that some of these people did do that.
Lex Friedman, what I was talking about. But anyway, when you look at Bernie on Lex Friedman and on other shows, I'll play the video. Give me 2 seconds. When you look at how the stuff that he talks about it, and I'm like, well, hey, I mean, Bernie's an independent. I mean, he got his people, and I mean, the question is, how much did he campaign? How much did he really help? I mean, TYT put on a relatively good front to some degree, but I ain't gonna. I'm not gonna lie that some things they don't like in the party, and they was saying those things real time though. They were saying some things, and I'm like, well, you're all under the same umbrella. Why are you worried about what the right feel? Why do you care about what the right feels? You're on the extreme left. You really shouldn't care about what the right is annoyed by. When if you show up, it'll at least be a contest. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I get that he may pull some votes. Independents might swing his way, but where were y'all at though? Like I keep saying, forget the independents, forget even the traitors, forget the traitors. The numbers still ain't there though. But anyway, I won't keep beating that dead horse. Oh man. So what were you talking
I'm trying
about?
to think. Gavin Newsom. Hey, and hold on.
Have you seen
To even go back to what I originally said during the vice president nomination, right? You remember remember how important I talked about that, being able to think from a red side point of view, but still be a Democrat? That's the reason why Brashear was so important to me. Have you seen Brashear around anywhere? Have you seen him even say anything recently about this whole deal?
Nah, they quiet.
You see what I mean? Because to me, that's what I'm saying. Like it has to be a way to dig into that group to where they can see some kind of semblance of what they call basic common sense politics, right? Because if you're going to have an extra progressive, if you're going to have an extra, if you're going to have an extra progressive, Tim Walz that basically doesn't electrify the base that supports him, because those progressives, they're so glib that they would rather him replace her at the top of the ticket before even actually casting a vote for her to be the leader of the ticket, and then have him as the basically sub for her. No, they don't want that. They rather start over anew with a whole new ticket and a whole new vision for the Democratic Party, because they could not wait to go ahead and lambast her as a candidate. Talk about Kamala, talk about Biden, connect them two together, drown them down with the anvil, and then basically get them on out the way, and then move into new leadership. So they still get what they want. It's just delayed for 4 years. So they're gonna cry fake tears. They're gonna cry fake tears.
They're not moving to the
left. That's what I'm saying. I know that.
They're not getting the
left. What you call
they didn't want.
Hold on. What you call the left is not the left. The left has left the building. So the only people that's really left in the left are the people that are basically, I will call them the black progressive left, where they're like extra progressive, and they still believe in this kind of opportunity space to where they have allies with white liberals, but it's not there, bro. Now that's the delusion.
Obviously, it's not.
That's the delusion. Because, like I say, these people can continue to lie in black people's faces that they're in front of them, and they don't confront them as hard as he did. And it was a light push, but he could have been like, when he told her, "I don't believe you," when he said that to her, she couldn't say anything back because she knows the truth deep down. Because this is what I'm saying, like, they have been codified to the degree to where they don't have to be blatant with this. They don't. And liberals are masters. That's what I'm saying. And liberals are masters at it. So yeah, I can fake and act mad and all this type of stuff, but at the end of the day, we really don't care about you either.
She is the most progressive presidential candidate ever in American history, and they did not vote for her or Tim Walz. I mean, what else is there to be said? They're so sick in the head over there, boy. I tell you, man, that's just weird, man. It's weird, bro. Their number one supporter should have been. But I'm gonna tell you something. I want to know how mad they were that she hung out a couple of days with Liz Cheney. Did that turn them off? I'm not saying
that did turn off some people. That did turn off some people. But Paradox, you got to understand that's a vessel as an excuse. So anything they can
She's
use
a
that's
progressive.
already there. No.
Stupid, bro.
But what I'm saying is the uncomfortableness that's already there. It's just magnified even more by
Right, but
having somebody like a Liz Cheney there.
I looked in the eyes
You
of
know,
Bernie Sanders and AOC and all these other progressives, and I knew from day one, they're not in. They're going to say the right thing, but I've seen them. I remember
right?
Bernie running in 16. I know what it looks like when they're excited.
Yeah, yeah,
It was not there. It was not there.
yeah.
It was not there. It was not there. And they know good and well that no progressive can come out and say, I support Gaza. Hard stop. Just now,
Yeah.
you can't say that.
No.
Obviously. I mean, I'm not saying you can say it, but I mean, that would have
It's
just been
political
insane,
suicide.
of course. But
Yeah.
that would have been insane. You could do it though and see what happens. Anything can happen, of course.
So
But they may would have got the college kids excited, etc.
so what can help? What can help us? What can help us with this is that the first thing, like I said, to alleviate some of the confusion, if you really so-called an ally and all this type of blah blah blah, all this kind of shit,
that ain't
then
real.
you need. But I'm saying that's what I mean. The forget the money, forget all that, because obviously that doesn't matter in this case. Y'all willing to spend and still vote a certain different way. That's nasty work, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like when these people do that, that means that the vote in the way that they basically want to be governed carries way more weight than any of this
Bernie
stuff.
Sanders.
Than the polls, than the polls, than the elect, than the polls, than what you perceive to be the right thing and all that type of deal. At the end of the day, they have an idea about what America should look like, what it should be, and that crosses the party. And this is just one of those times where it crosses party lines, and it doesn't matter what my policies and what I believe in as far as me being a person. That doesn't hold as much importance as how I want to be represented as an American at the end of the day.
Bernie
I think
Sanders
that
is
holds
on a
up a lot more
tour.
than that.
Bernie Sanders is on a tour of "I Told You So." And why not
Yeah.
me and all my
He
grievances
sound
about the
I'm
party
saying
how I've
he
been
sounds like
treated.
somebody
It's
he sounds like somebody he sounds like somebody that said you should never vote for Harris, you should stay home. That's how
That's
he
what it sounds like
sounds.
to me.
That's what it sounds like. And I think that people automatically pick that up by him being forced out to even say something about her nice when it basically felt forced. This feels like the real Bernie Sanders. What we saw when he commented and said, "This is what I was talking about, blah 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 blah. This is their fault." I mean, and when lambasted, Biden, his friend, and Harris. It is what it is.
I think they ran a pretty progressive platform. That's why I was saying I was so surprised that like they wanted her to burn it down to make them get motivated. I'm like, what?
I don't think that mattered, bro. Like this cycle, I don't really think it mattered. People are going to say that it does, and I can't argue that point because look at the results. But at the end of the day, I
Results
think it's going to
start.
be so. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be so in your face that the only group that I see that don't get the smoke and they continue to get off, bro, continuously
But
are the
we got a
white women are the white
we got
women
a
that
precedent.
continue to say that they're progressive and they're this, they're that, because you just talked about them, but they continue to vote a certain way. They're going to do it, and it's just it just never. Every cycle, people are just baffled. Every cycle, and it's at the
That's when the
top of the
Democrats
ticket.
show up.
It's at the top of the ticket. I'm saying it's at the top of the ticket that they do this, right? But
Well, yeah, they got a lot of
down, but I'm
abortion
saying
rights passed.
down ballot, people pretty much vote their interests. So locally and statewide, people pretty much vote the way that
I
they're
know.
leaning.
I
But
know.
at the top of the ticket, for whatever reason, it's a different thing. National politics it's representation. It's how people want to be viewed as a country. It is who they felt comfortable with being in charge. That encompasses a lot of things, and that is more than just
They
my
got
eggs at
folks
five
saying that
dollars instead of $4 at the store, bro.
they saying
I,
that
I
white women
I would
got what
rather
they wanted.
suffer.
The
I
state
would rather
level.
suffer. I would rather suffer with a 7-2 court paradox. I would think about this. This court is going to possibly be by the end of his administration, and all of the judges that he put into the pool for the Supreme Court. We're going to have, even if it does say, like, even if Gavin Newsom and them win as a landslide, he's going to work with a court that's like 7-2. Can you imagine that
Yes,
7-2
that's
court?
America. That's
That
our
shit
country.
is
Absolutely.
crazy. It's, what are you gonna do with that? It's just everything you try to do, that shit goes to Supreme Court. You got nothing. Nothing, because they're gonna be loyal to their master. They're gonna be loyal to the person that put them there. It is what it is, man. He has reshaped politics. He has a
Yeah,
legacy now. He did
he's
what he
gonna be
done.
a legendary president. Period. Point
Yeah,
blank.
he did what he done. Good or bad,
Well,
bro.
no, no,
It
no,
is
no, no,
what it
no.
is.
Let me not say that. Let me wait till the 4 years up first, because anything can happen in this country. It's looking that he's gonna have a great legacy. It's looking that way.
No, I didn't say he was gonna have a great legacy. I said he's gonna have a legacy, good or bad. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
These are gonna
it's
be
gonna be
known. This is
great.
gonna be known as the Trump years. This is gonna be known as the Trump
Right.
years. There's no doubt about it.
It's gonna be a great legacy. My point is that depending on what happens in the next 4 years, it could destroy that legacy. But if everything stays about the same, it will be considered a great legacy.
Right.
It just depends, because they could do something to him. So it could be a lot. It could be a lot of little things that are happening in the next coming months and years where they can stop it short. So that's definitely also possible. But
Do you
what video were you talking about?
I wanted to play the one that you sent me. You said that the one that you sent me. It
Oh,
sounded like
you mean
yeah,
Eddie Glad, the from Princeton,
yeah,
the professor?
yeah.
I played it earlier. I'm gonna play it again. So you didn't hear it, did you? Or you
Oh,
didn't hear it? You
oh,
want to play
I
it again
didn't
or
see
add
it.
to it?
I didn't see it. Yeah, I didn't see it
I'm
because
about to play it. I'm gonna play it right now.
yeah, I didn't get to see it at that
It's only
time you
90.
played
It's
it.
only about 90 seconds. The clip is anyway. Here we go.
There's this sense, right, that whiteness, right, is under threat. The demographic shifts. The country isn't what Cheerios commercials are confusing the hell out of me. Right? There's this sense, right, that whiteness, right?
Just so you know, my favorite part about this whole thing is that when he says whiteness, this is going viral. This is going so viral. In our little world, I should say viral. In our little world.
There's this sense, right, that whiteness, right, is under threat. The demographic shifts. The country isn't what all of these racially ambiguous children on Cheerios commercials are confusing the hell out of me. Right?
Eddie, a lot of people voted because their life's too damn expensive, and it was here, and
They voted for. You're telling me, Stephanie, that all of these people who believe that their lives are, that bread is too high and eggs are too high, that they voted for a convicted felon, a guy who said we can grab the pea.
I think that a lot.
They voted for this guy.
I'm not defending it, but I think there are tons of people that don't pay attention to, and I'm not defending it, don't pay attention to politics at all. But while we live in the most prosperous country in the world, people are saying life's not fair. I'm not doing well. My son's still living in the basement. I can't seem to get a job. I don't like the status quo. I'm voting for something else. And
I love you to life.
I love you.
But I do not believe that. I cannot believe that. And the reason I think you believe it is because you don't want to believe that that's what's really motivating them. It's always the case. People don't want to believe what the country actually is, because if they believe it, they're going to have to confront what's in them. I don't believe that. They voted for a crook, a person who they know is stealing from, just doing everything to undermine the so-called country that they love. And then they're telling us the BS that it's economics. We know that's not true.
So I would say this. I think that
I gotta find the whole clip
my
though. The whole clip is really good. I gotta find the whole thing.
yeah, it's too much there to just leave it at that short of a clip. Like, it seemed like there was a whole
It was a little bit longer than
conversation.
that. Well, I gotta find
Yeah,
it, but
like they had a
that was a lot.
whole. I was looking
MSNBC don't.
for it. I couldn't
MSNBC won't
find it
post
on
it
the
though.
MSC.
They won't post
Yeah,
it. They
so
won't
that's
post
what
it.
you
They won't post it.
see, and that's if you really want to know where it lies, is that what is trying to be hidden when it was actually said. Because see, to me, if you want to play that up, then why not use that as fodder for energy? And they don't use it. That's how I know that what he was saying is hitting closer, harder to the truth than anything else. Because see, when you give them that reason to kind of get them off the hook, because it's all about motivation at the end of the day. We're human beings, man. We're human beings, which means that we're fallible. We make mistakes. Emotion drives us most of the time. Logic is a precursor of what emotional actions can basically cause harm to you. So you try to think logically to prevent doing things irrationally. So logically, you could try to pin this on eggs, you know, bacon, grocery prices. I guarantee you that most of the people that walked into that booth, they were not thinking about eggs, groceries, economics. I don't believe that either, bro. That's where I align with him. I don't fall in completely in with the diagnosis of where he's going at because, like I said, he's the guy that don't look at white people for who they are. I never had that problem. I know what it is on the left and the right. To me, it's white people first. I know how they're oriented. They don't have to say it to me, but everybody else is like when we react to people and we do certain things and we get polarized the way we have with this election, it gets crazy. So that's the reason why I am basically trying to get out of the emotional side of the examination and just examine it from away from it. Okay, forget all this stuff. Let's do an analysis or try to do an analysis as much as possible with the information that we have. And what was the sole reason or what's one of the reasons why people were energized to vote for him and not energized to vote for Kamala that said that they were going to vote for Kamala, because that's where it lies. That's, to me, that's where the election is lost. Because like you said, the votes are there. The votes are there for any Democratic to win a national presidency. But can you get the people out to get out to vote? And once you get the people out to get out to vote, will they support you, regardless of what their party affiliation says? And clearly, this situation is where the party affiliation didn't really have anything to do with who they put in front of the office. I think it just swung a certain way. It was just for whatever reason, whatever reason that they decided to say different things that was opposite, they went a different way when they pulled that lever.
I haven't seen this one yet. I'm gonna play this and see. After that interview, which was last night. I think of Ali Veshi brought him on the show. I think this morning. So maybe he'll elaborate because I can't find the other clip, of course, right? So maybe on here he'll give us a little bit more.
And his more recent and remarkably important book, We Are the Leaders We Have Been Looking For. Eddie, it is good to see you. Thank you. I've been reading what you've been putting out this week. I've been listening to your various appearances on TV, and we need your wisdom in this moment. And in your book, Begin Again, you write about how James Baldwin his travels in the South transformed his understanding of Americans. I want to read from what you wrote. What shook Baldwin at his core was a realization of the nature of the heathen. The white Southerner had to lie continuously to himself in order to justify his world. Lie that the black people around him were inferior. Lie about what he was doing under the cover of night. Lie that he was Christian. For Baldwin, the accumulation of lies suffocated the white Southerner, end quote. And like Baldwin, Eddie, you believe that we cannot move forward as a country until we confront and then knock down these lies.
Absolutely, Ali. Thank you so much for that introduction, the commentary. It's spot on. It seems to me that these moments require an honest confrontation with who we are. And we're already engaged in the game of illusions, in the kind of construction of fantasies, right? That really what's motivating us is just simply economic insecurity, inflation, and the like. And of course, those issues matter. But when we look concretely at what's happening, when we look at what follows Donald Trump in his wake, we see all of this violence. We see all of this racial vitriol. We hear Fuentes declaring that he now owns women's bodies and the like. We have to begin to ask ourselves an honest question. Why is there a correlation between kind of those who support Donald Trump and this ugliness, because it's this ugliness that's the fuel of Trumpism. Richard Slotkin, the historian, has said that we are in a second lost cause, Dally. That we're in a moment in which there's a reassertion of the lie. Now, what does that mean in its details? Remember what's at the heart of the lost cause. The heart of the lost cause is a refusal to accept what was the actual for the Civil War. It wasn't slavery. It wasn't slavery, Ali. It was economics. And here we are in this moment, engaged in a similar denial.
And that's interesting because there are discussions and there will be postmortems about whether the Democratic Party was too left or engaged in causes that were too woke. But in the end, it is the response, not perhaps to that, but just to the idea that this country is changing from people who feel endangered and who are creating new reasons to make excuses for what is fundamentally bigotry, misogyny, and to some degree the hubris that America can't go wrong.
Right. You know, Baldwin said the horror of America is that it's changing all the time, but never changes at all. There's something like this eternal return because we're dealing with the consequences of the tragic choice at the beginning of the Republic. Right. The choice that we reconcile, where we reconcile democratic principles with the reality, with the institution of slavery, with the subordination of women, with the exploitation of children, the exploitation of workers, with the genocide of native peoples, that there is this kind of gook within which the American project came into being. And to confront that is not to condemn us to the gallows.
No.
To confront that is actually to create the conditions to release us into a new way of being. But let me say this, Ali, really quickly. I come out of a tradition that has had to deal with the violence of when the fever dream spikes.
Now, see, this is what I was saying, by the way. And see, he's using a whole lot of big words, big professor words and stuff like that to kind of like just reiterate a little bit what I said. But here's where me and him really divert, because I think that this is where like the Dr. Welsing and all that. That's the reason why I found what they said so interesting, even though I rejected both Dr. Welsing and Mr. Fuller. You know that, like, initially, until stuff like this kind of rears in your face and you see it, you see the energy behind what people do. I think what he's confused about is that everything that he just said, these people, if they see it separately than you, then you are open enemy. If that's what you believe, you have to understand that what they did, you can't shame them into changing something that they feel is a defense of their personhood. If somebody is saying that, well, you're telling me, you know, that's the reason why the DEI stuff is such an issue, right? If me being white and enjoying the history of what America is, if you're telling me that George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Quincy Adams, and all these people were slaveholders, which means that if they're slaveholders, they're inherently bad people, right? And they're the enemy. How would that make so-called white people or white children feel when they're raised to be proud, to be American, be in this country? It caused this dynamic, right? Where white people have to start to have a split consciousness like what black people have, right? Which starts these kind of, they understand psychology to the point where, no, you need to be proud to be an American, proud to be free. Proud, yeah, even all of the problems that we have here is still better than anywhere else, right? That hold on to that more so than hold on to what the past has developed. But the other side of this, man, and the reason why this still comes up, especially at the top of the ticket, right? Because people pretty much, the electorate pretty much really vote the way that they view things from state on down. That's becoming pretty clear. Like the senators, like me saying Georgia is purple is still a fact, bro. You got to remember, they still elected very progressive senators to come out of that state. I don't know if people understand, like they still did that with a Republican governor, by the way. So, it is what it is. I would just, what I'm trying to say is that I am not under the illusion of the hypocrisy of people basically being able to encompass two spaces at the same time. So when I bring into question about white women, I'm just trying to bring them out into the light so people can see them for who they really are. Because at the end of the day, if you give them a choice between reproductive freedom, women's rights, any of this stuff, what are they going to choose, Paradox? At the end of the day, what are they going to choose?
Whiteness. Whiteness. Man, that shit is funny.
And like I said, at the top of the ticket, it was just a little bit too far. Kamala Harris, to have somebody like that, Kamala Harris at the top. I mean, it just I can feel. I
She would
felt
have to be
Gretchen.
super.
When Gretchen, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You got to go. You got to go to. People don't understand how unique. Really, that whole family, Michelle and Barack Obama are magical Negroes. They're what you call the supernovas. You know, it don't matter. People don't like Michelle either. It ain't like people love her. But if she runs, guess what? She may win because that's just how this
Look,
country. We are.
I know. Trust and believe me. Let me just
I
say,
don't know how to.
I
I
am
don't
deep.
know how
I
to
am deep.
explain that.
I am deep into white racist spaces, and I mean deep in that. And they call her a man, and they call her a monkey, and all those things, right? But what they don't call her or Obama, right, is average, right?
Right.
Dumb,
Right.
stupid, easy.
Never.
Don't know. They don't never say that.
Never.
Matter of fact, what
Never.
they do say is, "I hope she don't run." I hear that in the deep spaces, by the way.
Exactly. Because there's certain things where you just can't. Some things, some stars are just too bright, and that's why I say they're unique. There's not too many people, and like I say, a lot of things that Michelle Obama says is a lot more in your face than anything that Kamala's going to ever say or try to implement in front of you. She's going to be like, I'm all about this. This is what
But
it's going to
she is
be. I don't give a
your
damn. That's
generic.
how it's going to be, bro.
But my point is, that's why I said I don't care about her womanhood or her being black or Asian. She's supposed to be the standard Democrat or the standard liberal progressive, whatever, right? And they're supposed to vote it based off of the idea of it all, of the party, and come out and support the party, right? That's what I was talking about. I don't care about her if she did good or bad. It doesn't really matter. What the Democrats told people was, what the Democrats told people was, anybody that is not Joe Biden can beat him. That's it. Nothing about nothing else.
That was never true.
I don't care about
that
people
was never true.
Everything. I'm talking about just in the Democratic world. Remember,
I know.
I'm not talking about people who are anti-Democrat, anti-woman, anti-this. They're against all that shit. I'm not talking about none of those. Those people are irrelevant. What I'm talking about is, if you are part of the Democratic Party, and I'm in both spaces. They said that they've been saying this for 2 years consistently. When we run the simulations, everything that we run, all the things that we run, a generic Democrat can beat her. You put up two progressives, and the progressives didn't even vote for them. So what are y'all talking about between the voter, the candidate, and the machine that runs all of the DNC machine, and all the professors that you pay hundreds of millions of dollars to? What are y'all up to? I'm talking about more. See, the Democrats. Forget the noise on the right. That don't mean anything. The Democratic people who work in those industries, and then the regular people, they should be protesting Democrats. Don't protest Trump. Protest Nancy Pelosi and find out, why did y'all lie to us? What y'all how y'all failed and told us things that wasn't really true. That a generic Democrat cannot beat Trump. We need to have someone amazing here. Y'all should have pushed Joe Biden a long time ago and found us a great candidate, because he's not going to be beatable. But instead, you lied and said, like they did in 16, by the way, oh, well, he's so horrible, it don't matter anyway. That's what that's what they've been saying for 2 years.
And it reared its ugly head once again, man. It's just like, but it's in a different way, but it's still the same result. The same result, basically. Elected. Like, if you can't cancel out what was the thing that we just said? The reason why white people will vote this way? If you don't cancel out that whiteness thing, people can't see clearly, and that vote gets eliminated. Now you're dealing with too many things in play. For that, so that candidate has to be, that candidate has to be transformative. They have to be.
And think about this too. And the non-whites are chasing white culture. So those are your inroads that you're making in those non-white spaces. That in itself is kind of interesting. Very interesting, actually.
You can continue to play the rest of the video, but I just wanted to say that real quick. Go ahead.
What I want to say is, I don't care about the white supremacy. 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 I don't care about the
There are too many people in my tradition who've lost folk. My professor, Albert Rabbitoe, who wrote Slave Religion, lost his dad. He didn't grow up with his father. Why? Because a Mississippi store shop owner shot him in the head because he dared to confront him over the way he treated his wife. This isn't some abstract issue for us. The idea of how we're going to survive and get to the other side when it seems as if the country has lost its damn mind takes on a real tangible kind of feeling, because my mom and my dad grew up in Jim Crow, Mississippi. This isn't slavery.
Yeah.
Right. This is immediate for some people.
Right. But back in the Civil War,
unsettling, Alan.
Here's an interesting question, because back in the Civil War, there were a whole bunch of Southerners who justified this on the basis of Southern chivalry, on the basis of states' rights, everything but slavery. And most of the people who fought and died in that war had no particular personal relationship to slavery. They did not hold slaves, and yet they bought wholesale into this idea. This time we had people talking about, you're not hearing us, you're invested in issues we don't want, it's inflation. A lot of it was bad information. It was lies being believed, but most people would not acknowledge what you are saying and what James Baldwin is saying, that we are still preserving a lie. How do you have that conversation with people whose vote preserved a lie, preserved misogyny, preserved racism, preserved the patriarchy, and preserved the hubris, who don't actually believe that's what they did? And again, my point is, in the Civil War, there are people who engaged in it thinking they were fighting for something else, and they were not.
You know, that's a hard question to answer. I've been trying to figure it out. How do you tell people? I mean, I was having this argument just this morning with folk that their numbers around black voters in the 2024 election was just wrong. How do we deal in a world where passion overruns reason, where we're in different information ecosystems, where we don't agree on just simply basic facts? I don't know. The only thing I do know is that we can't capitulate to it. Mm-hmm. We can't try to figure out how to make those folk comfortable. We have to continue to tell the truth. We have to do what Bartleby the Scrivener did in Melville's story, right? We have to say, I prefer not to.
You hear what he just said, right?
Yep.
You hear what he just said? I'm going to tell you something, and I didn't think about that either, by the way, is that the Democratic Party did do that, right? They did not really turn it up like they could have.
Right.
Trying to win them over, trying to bring them over.
Right.
And they're not, and Democrats aren't going to answer for that either, by the way.
No.
That you're so worried about offending Republicans and MAGA people. Oh, well, we don't want to make them this way, and especially Bill Maher, we don't want to alienate. It's done. What are y'all talking about? That doesn't. What are you talking about? Anyway, I'm not a Democrat. Y'all should be way more mad than I am, by the way.
And part of the worry is that because of the nature of the election, too many people want to consent and concede to the lie that folk are telling folk. Mm-hmm. Americans prefer their illusion straight, no chaser. That's what Eugene O'Neill was exploring in The Iceman Cometh. We have to shatter those illusions with the truth, and then a bit more, it seems to me.
You write a book. I'm going to step over here and grab it because I brought it with me. Your book. I got Born Again, but your newer book speaks about leadership. I want to ask you about that in this moment, for this mission that you and I are discussing this morning, for the future. Do we have the leaders in place to do what we need to do, to take this mission forward, to say, finally, let us put this myth and this lie about who we are and our past away?
DC, why don't someone ask Eddie this question? What's up with you and Bernie Sanders? What's up with you and the socialists, the Democratic socialists, or whatever?
Is he a Bernie? Is he a Bernie supporter?
Who?
Glaude, Dr. Glaude.
I doubt it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that.
No.
You said ask him.
What I'm saying is that if black people are Democrat, I'm gonna try not to go down this rabbit hole too much. I'm gonna try not to do it. If black people who are Democrats and you're feeling what this man is saying, and he's preaching a little bit, right? He's doing his thing. Don't you have to ask yourself about the left, about the far left? Don't you have to ask yourself
Oh
that?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's all I'm trying
Yeah,
to
yeah.
say is that I want to
Oh, I
see
see what
y'all
you're
two
saying.
talk. I want to see y'all two go at it because that's where
Right.
the energy needs to be at. That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying.
it has
It's
to
just
be. It has to
interesting
be on the
that
far left.
the progressives in him and the way he speaks and how he sees things, that is segregated.
Right.
I think that's very interesting.
And
I think it's very
he's
interesting.
still, and that's what I'm saying. Like these black people, they're aligned at the hip with them, and I think it has more to do with the fear of when they make those particular white people mad. They feel like they don't have no friends now. Now there's nobody around. Now we're on our own. But maybe that's something that needs to happen because like either you force them out or they need to force us out. We need to make them uncomfortable to the point where this kind of delusion that we're working with, where your interest and my interests are the same for black people and white people. I don't think it exists in the same room, Paradox. I just don't think we have the same things that we care about. Not really. So if they don't really care about any of the issues that we're basically trying to get done, then either you be a true ally and you be a true person that's going to work with us directly, and that includes Bernie Sanders and his particular platform. Because for some weird reason, I think they're going to try to walk his old ass out there next time the cycle comes up. They're going to try to have him run for presidency because that's what they want. That's where the energy is for the what I call the transitional left, because I just think that the transitional left, they are so complicit, so duplicitous, so nasty with their work, bro, that they are totally okay with people falling out all over this because they're at such a bracket economic wise where they don't feel the strain of an electorate or a presidency that may have restrictions on people that are like at the margins, say like immigration issues heavy, some of the sexual issues that they're going to be basically applying to health wise for women that are black and Latino or whatever, don't have that much money, white even, where they got to make these hard decisions on whether they can abort the baby or not abort the baby due to rules and regulations in that particular state due to the time frame. So it's just a lot of things, man, where it don't really we're not in the same we don't care about the same things, even though we're on the same side. So it makes it hard because you got people going a different direction or focusing on different things. When I listen to any of those people that's on the left, white liberals, they don't speak to issues that pertain to me per se. So it's very ironic. Even when they're talking about economics, it doesn't seem like it's economics that's basically detailing a vision for people that come from black communities, poor, middle class, or otherwise. So I think that's a major problem. And I think that what the Republicans have been able to grab onto is the fallout of that electorate. So not necessarily supporters, but people that are mad and have a grievance, and they're going to possibly vote that way, showing their distrust of being ignored by the group to say that they're basically platforming for them. Because you can't all of a sudden just be mad after the election and say, well, what about all the black people? What about all the minority people? What about all the people that's out there? I mean, and then you didn't really appear to give a fuck during the time that she was running. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just interesting, man. Like, none of these people were there at Howard when she was supposed to have her actual speech. Pondering Politics wasn't there. Bulwark wasn't there. None of those guys was there at the actual place to show support for her. So that's why I thought that was very interesting. I don't think that most of those white people voted for Kamala. I don't believe it, bro. Yeah, you have to prove it to me. I don't believe that they voted for her. And I think that kind of mistrust, it seeps down below and people can kind of pick it up. We're collective beings, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, we are human at the end of the day. And I think that people picked up on other white people, I'm saying in the progressive lens, picked up on they wasn't really excited about Kamala, even though that they're saying that they are. And they was more excited about either what she said against Trump or how she came out against him, things of that nature to make him look bad, more so about who she was as a politician or a perspective being a president. That's the really crazy part about it. None of them really sounded like they was excited about her running the country
But what they
at
were
all.
claiming on the left, from Trump being a fascist to destroying democracy, you would have thought that it doesn't really matter who's running on the left. We just want to get him up out of there, and that didn't even bring numbers. That's the crazy part. And I will also say this: you know who was that? You know what podcast and show was that? At Howard.
Yeah.
DJ Envy was there.
Yep.
Charlamagne
The
was
land.
there.
The
And
land.
Dwayne.
Yeah. Yep. The land was there.
They were
Yeah.
there.
Black people. Rolling in them. Roland was right down the street. But yeah, we was there. But like I say, these people don't show up. That's what I'm saying. So these people that got money, got all this income, and they're gonna make millions and millions of dollars going after Trump.
Crazy.
By the way,
Crazy.
they're gonna make crazy
Crazy.
bread during this next 2 or 3 years. Hammering. I already see their numbers are already going up.
Already started.
Their platforms are already going up, so they already got that energy behind them going the opposite direction. And all they're going to do is talk shit about her, talk shit about Biden, talk about how they failed, and dump it all on them and say, "Well, we should have just went." I heard them the other day. Oh, we should have did this instead. Oh, we should have embraced Bernie more so and became more so about the things and the grievances of what the American people was talking about, which was the economic. Exactly. You see what I mean? Yeah. Crazy shit, man. Crazy work.
But the point of this program was to talk about the DEMS striking back, because they've pivoted from they're already starting, and Eddie is the first one to do it. They're already moving. The blame shit's over with. They've already done the blaming. That's done. You can already see if you're following all the media spaces, they're already pivoting away from who did what, and they're getting into war mode. They're getting ready to start to turn up the heat. I think that as you see more black people come out, and even white, I'm gonna play your boy. I'm gonna play him too real quick. Shermichael, and how he got attacked by this older white guy on the left. And I said, it's coming. Here we go. They're not gonna back down off of trans. They're not backing down off of TR. They're not backing down off it, and they shouldn't. That's their job. Do your job. And so they had their one for a few days, then about 5 days now, and the pivot is in process. And we're moving past who didn't do what and who was. It's over with. You know, I can already, like I told you, Nancy Pelosi put the signal out a couple of days ago with her meeting, and I told you that she made a great point, and it is obvious that no one got blown out of anything, right? You won the House by a few votes, you won the Senate by a few votes. You didn't cut through 100. You didn't lose 20 senators. You know what I'm saying? So that'd be an official one. Like if it's the Reagan years or the Nixon years where you're winning 500 electoral votes. Like that's an actual real thing.
That's crazy.
This is just a little bit of a swing left, a little bit of swing right. But it's fun to hype it up, obviously, to have content and to have entertainment. But at the end of the day, you got the House by 6 votes. You got the Senate by four seats or whatever. I mean, it's nothing.
Yeah.
You won by.
There's still enough fight to go ahead and fight the fight that they're going to fight. Yeah, that's not. You know,
if you actually got
it's not that
100 seats, then you can start talking about we got to change everything we do. But that's not real.
But see, but that's what I was trying to tell you, that a lot of these states, and we broke it down even before the election. We was looking at some of these states. A lot of these states that we believe are just bleeding red, they have a lot of Democratic people that's in their state legislature, which means that they are balanced at the actual state on down to the local. A lot of these cities and stuff like that, even in those swing states, when you're dealing with those small cities and larger cities in those states, pretty much probably have a progressive mayor because you're dealing with a large population. It's not a referendum on the so-called Democratic Party all the way in their policies, because people tend to vote their policies when you deal with state and local. What ends up happening is the national paradigm is who's going to represent this particular country, what are we going to look like, and what do you want what you want your America to represent. And for a lot of people, that doesn't look like anybody that's like Kamala Harris. And it could have been just as simple as that. And you can wash it into policies. You can wash it into, stuff that's, at the grocery store and stuff like that. You could use that as cover. But at the end of the day, I think that had way more effect because she wasn't transformative in that degree. I think she's better than average. I think she's better than average. I think that she pulled the country, and she got support from people that I didn't think she was going to ever get support. She did way better than I thought that she was going to do, to be honest with you. By even forcing Democratic stronghold people that did not want her there, forcing them to support her actual candidacy and to basically get in line when they never believed it in the first place. But no, it ended up coming back to bite them at the end of the day, because you did not have the support of the full Democratic apparatus behind you. You didn't have that windfall. It looked like it seemed like it, but that's not what really happened. And it came back to bite them. It came back to bite them, in my opinion. That's my opinion, by the way. That's how I see it.
Way
If you
and do
combine,
something else, be the best we can be. Are we in a position to do that right now?
Well, I don't know if we are, but we must be. I do know that we have to stop playing games. You know, the Democratic Leadership Council, engaged in this triangulation. It thought that what it needed to do was to distance the Democratic Party from unions and its base, black folk and the like, and make its way toward the right and kind of try to triangulate and take the issues from Reagan. And that gave us Bill Clinton, right? And we've been dealing with that as we've been trying to, Democrats have been kind of engaged in this forlorn romantic kind of tryst. They always want to get the Reagan Democrats back, right? And what we've been doing is conceding the terms of the fight. Part of what must happen in this moment is that we must reject the framework of our politics. And people who are current leaders can do it. But it all depends if they have the courage, Allie.
Yeah.
But I know what has to happen. We have to find out. We have to take responsibility for this thing.
Yes.
And we're going to have to say no and engage the battle. Although it's very hard. I can't begin to tell you how distrustful I am right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start it right there. See what I'm talking about, DC?
yeah.
DC, see
yeah.
Now we've been telling these people.
They may not have him. They may not even have him on anymore. I'm saying I'll be shocked.
Nope. He about to burn it down. He about to burn it down, bro.
I'll be shocked.
You know why?
I'll be shocked.
Because I keep telling you. I know I'm not crazy. The Democratic apparatus, they created something and made you believe that something that was there was never there. And he probably can't believe that he fell for the banana in the tailpipe. He said, I cannot, at my age, and my education, and how informed I am. Them white people look me in my motherfucking face. Look me in my face.
Yeah, exactly.
Because what do you mean you say, DC? We don't care about the Latino vote or black vote. We don't care if black men. It doesn't matter. If they just do their vote, it's gonna wash it. Because they don't have the numbers. Forget the percentages. You don't have the numbers, so it won't matter if those independents and the ones who have left the left. It won't matter. They had accounted for that already as far as how they presented it. He can't believe it. He knows that they did not vote for her. He knows that shit. I'm talking about Democrats didn't vote, not the ones that were leaving, not the Joe Rogans and all the Tulsi Gabbard ones and the I'm not talking about them. He said, y'all lied to me. I'm looking at the numbers.
I'm not, and like I said, I know there's probably plenty of people here that voted for Trump and love Trump and want to try to come over here and try to prove a point. But at the end of the day, we're talking about supporters of Democrats. That's all. The whole point of this, like you said, the whole point of this program is to basically focus on the electorate of the Democratic left and the reason why those people that said that they would vote for her did not vote for her. That's the point. That's the point. And that's the gap. And if they said that they was going to vote for her, and if they still pulled the lever, and if they still pulled the lever for Trump, why are you lying to people in their face? And that is the hard pill that black people that support the Democratic Party blindly have to accept. They have to accept that part.
If Trump wins by 7, I would give you RFK, Joe Rogan. I would give you the ones that left, don't want to hear about all the CRT, the Bill Maher's of the world. I would give you, if he won by 7, I would give you those votes. I'd give it to you. But what he knows is, so the college professor that's next to me in the next room over, that white woman, either did not vote or voted for Trump.
Yep.
That's what he's talking
That's
about.
what you know.
He can't
Yeah.
believe it. He can't believe the numbers, bro. It's like he's telling not the percentages. I mean, he said,
Yeah.
well, hold up, though.
The
But
numbers.
y'all didn't vote. Forget everybody else.
Right. Right.
Where were y'all
That's
at?
what I was leaning on. I don't care
He can't
about the
believe it.
conservative white women. The conservative white women did what they're supposed to do.
That's
Vote
right.
Trump.
Vote right.
You know, they're going to lock in step. No, it doesn't matter. I'm voting that way. Now, like I said, if you look at the rest of the election, they voted primarily for what they wanted. You still had those governors who are still Democratic. They still voted for a Democratic governor if it was on the ballot. They
And
still
they voted
did
for
what they
abortion.
did.
And they
That's
voted
what
for
I'm saying.
abortion.
And they voted for abortion.
75-25.
Exactly right. That should tell you everything you need to know right
If
there.
she would have got the abortion vote at the presidential ticket, she wins. Think about
Yeah.
that, by the way.
Yeah. That's why
They're not gonna say that.
always
They're not gonna say that
that's
out
why I
loud.
always leaned on white women decide on what the country how the country needs to be ran. But the thing is that it wasn't just on that. It was a referendum on everybody to actually see how the other parts are basically leaned and want to see how they want to be viewed. That's it.
Bro, the Democrats are talking about, well, all over the world, incumbents lost. Man, y'all better stop it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Stop, bro. They gotta stop it.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, all over the world. So we should have what? What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? The Mexicans voted for a woman, bro. I told my man, I said, bro, you can
tell you the
Latinos
paradox.
being
Paradox.
misogynistic. Men
and if
voted
you
for
paradox.
a woman for Mexico, bro.
If you said exactly this is what's so crazy, right? And you said it too. You said I wasn't going to try to move the numbers with the white women. We just looking for percentage points. We're not looking for a major move. We know still most white women are going to vote for Trump. But if you could just push in some of those battleground states, if you have lopsided numbers where it's more than just if she didn't break even or close to even in most of those battleground states, when you get over indexed, so that means that you're going to put all the over indexing on black men to vote at 90%, which is ridiculous. Latino men to vote at 80 to 75% Kamala, when they already don't trust that kind of electorate to basically represent them in national elections. It's just too hard of an ask. It's too hard of an ask for the candidate that you put up here. So when you do that, when you have that demand, and if you're sitting in my face telling me that that's what you're going to do, and then either you stay at home or you vote Trump, then just be honest about why did you do that? See, because what Dr. Glaude is sitting up there doing, he's sitting up there examining it, and he's saying he's distrustful, but your trust should have never been there in the first place. You think I'm gonna trust white women? Are you serious? Hell, I wouldn't have trusted them even if they voted for her. I wouldn't have trusted them because I knew it would have still been at the smallest percentage points. But I just thought that they was going to say, you know what, we can't have it get this lopsided with women's rights. But you know what they said? It don't matter. It's better. It's better this way. So I don't want to hear white women complain about reproduction rights. Black women, they can complain. They voted 97% for Kamala, right? Is it 90 something, 90%, 91?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
So even with that, I don't care. Yeah, they can bitch and cry and moan because that's who they leaned into. And that meant even the ones that was basically complaining about her, didn't trust her. Guess what they still ended up doing? That's what I'm saying, Paradox. That's what I mean. So, but white women tend to kind of hang in this nubilous kind of thing where they're not asked to participate more than everybody else does, and they're supposed to be so-called considered the minorities, right? They're on affirmative action roles, right? Don't they get Don't they get benefits that are basically given to them strictly because they're a fucking woman, right? Like ain't they part of a marginalized group? We treat them when they do in the voting electorate like they're part of the larger apparatus, but no, they're considered to be so-called a protected class of people too. women in general, basically, right? So vote your interest. That's it. If people voted their interest, then we would get a better bead on what this country is. But it's hard to do that when we have other things that are in play. And the thing about President Obama that caused so much confusion is that even people that did not like him, they still voted for him. That's a hard thing to do with white people, but they still did it, bro. They still did it. I mean, he won North Carolina. Like, it is what it is, bro. They still haven't voted for a Democrat ever since then at the top of the ticket, and they have Democratic governors and all that type of stuff. So it is what it is, bro. This
But
is
I'm gonna say
very,
this
very.
too.
He's a very, very unique candidate. Very, very unique person, by the way.
I also would say again, maybe it's not race and maybe it's not gender. Maybe America isn't misogynistic. I'm gonna play a video. I'm gonna try to. You can stop it if you want to stop. I'm gonna run this video. I'm glad they dropped it. I was hoping I wouldn't have to like hunt for it, or they would hide it. But I'm gonna play a video of them just showing you all the women in the world, about 147 of them that have been elected. Now you got to think, all of the world. America is supposed to be progressive. Europe is supposed to be progressive. So is it really a woman thing, or is it just the Democrats are just not doing good? They're just making mistakes, and they're just hiding behind race and gender and misogyny. But that's not really what it is. It's just you're losing. You're making bad decisions. You're making bad choices, etc. Right? And so I'm gonna play this video. You can stop it whenever you want me to stop it. Let me know, okay?
All right.
You'll like this as well. It ties into some things that you said in the past too, by the way. So you'll like that part, I think.
Democratic ideals we cherish triumph, or at least persist. But to be politically engaged, which you likely are if you're watching me right now, is to not only risk losing an election, but to be prepared and to be willing to lose. To be politically engaged is to put it all on the line, knowing full well that the outcome, at least the immediate outcome, might not be the one you worked so hard for. I know this story well. I learned it when I was 11 years old, working on my father's first campaign in Canada. I learned on election night in 1981 when my dad and I, in the car on the drive from our home where we had gone to freshen up after a grueling election day, to the campaign headquarters. We expected the results to take a while to come in, so we were in the car when the polls closed. We turned on the radio, and the host said what I would learn to say years later when covering elections, that it's too early to tell who will form the government. But based on history and demographics and exit polling, things I was too young to understand at the time, they were able to project the results in one constituency, the one my dad was contesting. And what they announced in the first minute of the broadcast was that he had lost. It was just the two of us in the car that night. Little 11-year-old me was devastated. I looked at my dad. I said, "I can't believe we lost." He turned his attention away from the road for just a moment to look at me. With a smile on his face, he said, "Of course we lost. We were never going to win." I asked, "Then why did we do this?" "Because we could," he told me. "We ran because we could. And more people voted for the other guy than voted for me. It's okay. Life goes on." That blew my mind. But you see, he appreciated something I didn't. He grew up in apartheid South Africa, where he couldn't vote because of the color of his skin, let alone run for office. He literally ran because that's what civic engagement looked like to him, knowing full well that he would lose. He conceded his election that night, and I learned what civic engagement really meant. A small postscript: a few years later, he ran again, and he won, making history by being the first of his kind to win such an office anywhere on this entire continent. But his subsequent victory wasn't as instructive to me as his initial loss. The night of that loss cut deep. This week, I felt the depth of that cut again. Tuesday was different from November 8th, 2016, the night Trump was first elected. That felt like an accident. This didn't. This time, there was so much on the line. Women are dying. The earth is burning. Wars are being waged. Democracy really is on the brink. I'm fairly certain this country will see some dark days ahead. But you know what I don't know? I don't know where we are in this effort to forge a stronger democracy and a more perfect union. Just as rebel colonists didn't know on April 19, 1775, when gunfire erupted in Concord, Massachusetts, or on September 3rd, 1783, when the Revolutionary War ended with the signing of the Treaty of Paris. America had declared its independence from Great Britain 7 years earlier, a date we think of as the start of the nation. And yet on July 4th, 1776, this new nation was not even a quarter of the way through that war. America didn't know on April 11th, 1861, before the first shot was fired on Fort Sumter, how long that fight would take, or whether it would be much of a fight at all. Or on April 9th, 1865, after 750,000 Americans perished and Robert E. Lee surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. We still didn't know what the future of this country would hold. You can only know how these things end in hindsight, not while you're in the middle of it. Tuesday was not the end of anything, but things sure got dark. And here's the thing, history is steeped with examples of people who fought through the darkness in the glow of candlelight, people who knew, like my father taught me that night in 1981, that defeat paves the way for triumph. In fact, many who have fought in defense of human rights and freedom and liberty and democracy around the world did not themselves live long enough to enjoy the fruits of their labor. But the seeds were planted and they flourished, in some cases after they were gone. Those people understood that the fight was bigger than they were. It was important to keep going, to nurture the seeds of democracy into a tree under whose canopy later generations will seek shelter and whose fruit later generations will eat. We do this. We fight not simply for ourselves, but for the future of democracy. Susan B. Anthony dedicated her life to social justice, particularly a woman's right to vote. For 45 years, she fought for women's suffrage with little obvious success. In 1869, just after the end of the Civil War, the 15th Amendment to the Constitution eliminated voting discrimination based on race, but not on gender. The 15th Amendment gave black men the right to vote, at least on paper. For many years, of course, the country largely ignored the 15th Amendment, manufacturing ways to suppress the black vote until the civil rights movement of the 1960s. But nevertheless, the overt exclusion of women was a huge blow to Susan B. Anthony and to women across America. And yet, they persisted. The 19th Amendment to the Constitution was first proposed 8 years later in 1878. And it would be another 42 years after that white women would be able to vote freely. A freedom which is now the norm was for 50 years after the end of the Civil War considered a non-starter. During the civil rights movement, countless individuals fought for years against segregation, from Rosa Parks to Ruby Bridges to Thurgood Marshall, the Little Rock Nine, the Freedom Riders, John Lewis, Dr. Martin Luther King. Black Americans endured decades of discrimination, ridicule, and violence. Defeat after defeat along the way. It wasn't until the Civil Rights Act of 1964, 99 years after the end of the Civil War, that segregation was officially outlawed in public places and Jim Crow laws were banned. Conflict often produces change, but change is slow, often not looking like change at all. In the case of this week, looking a whole lot like a setback. But today's setbacks are tomorrow's comebacks, and the comeback is our work. As my father taught me all those years ago, the fact that your side did not win is not a loss. It is simply a sign that your work is not yet done. And frankly, in 1775, in 1776, in 1783, in 1861, in 1865, in 1964, our work was not done. And it may never be done because democracy is dynamic and norms change, and we will confront issues in the future that we didn't know are issues today. And we will continue to fight. Now, I know that one of the toughest things to reconcile is the fact that half of America made a choice with which you inherently disagree. But maybe you found out that your neighbor, your friend, maybe your mom or your brother voted for the guy who wants to take your freedoms away. And that is a tough reality to come to terms with. As James Baldwin once said, quote, "We can disagree and still love each other unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist," end quote. Yes, votes were cast by people who would oppress and deny the humanity of some of us. But that fact is not true of all of the 73 million plus people who voted for Donald Trump. There are people out there, good people, who fell for his lies, but I believe do not wish to see pregnant women bleeding out in parking lots or the earth burn up or immigrants deported. And those are our fellow citizens with whom we must engage. There is neither time nor space for cynicism about politics today. The right to engage in politics is a privilege, one which my parents did not grow up with. It is a privilege we cannot give up and one of which we cannot tire. Cynicism about politics is a luxury of those who have never had to experience life without it. And if those people ever truly lost their ability to participate in the system, they'd never take it for granted again. This is going to be a challenge. The end of the tunnel is there, but it's too far away to see the light right now. So we will use flashlights until we get closer to the other side. We'll hold them for each other. But what you have, what we have, is agency, our voice. America chose a republic over a monarchy 248 years ago. We still have that republic. But Benjamin Franklin's admonition comes back to remind us time and again, we have a republic if we can keep it. And now that is our work.
Should that inspire the Democrats? You know, get your juices flowing, DC.
Say what now? Say what now?
I said, does that inspire you? Little Democratic inspiration. That's not the video I wanted to play. Actually, it was another one where he talked about all the women leaders of the last some 100 years. But I thought that was it, but it wasn't.
I still don't think it gets to the heart of what it is that motivates people at the end of the day. I mean, I'm not talking about like
he
a
said is the
democracy,
framework
you
that
know.
the reality is going to be in, though. Everything outside of that framework is
Yeah,
going to be fringy stuff and talking about all
that's true.
the real reasons and blah blah blah. That's
Yeah,
not
he
how this
talked
works.
about the way the levers of power actually move. I mean, that's the reality of it. Yeah, I just wish
Yeah.
wish he just talked about more so the energy behind the motivation to keep certain politics alive. It's just called different
And
names,
keep his
you know.
job.
That's true.
Okay. You talking about other
That's
stuff?
true.
That stuff ain't running. That's
That's
fantasy.
true. Like I said, I mean, you know, Dr. Glaude may not be on there no more, just strictly because of what he said.
Yeah. It was pretty aggressive. I really want you to see that video, man, but they didn't post it though. Maybe they'll clip it up later. I'll grab it. They didn't post it. I'm trying to find this Bernie Sanders.
Do you want to drop the link for anybody that may want to come up and share, or
Nah, I'm good.
you sure?
Oh, I'm 1,000% sure. I would never drop the link. I don't want to hear from none of these Negroes. Stay in the chat or listen to some other channel. I'm good. I don't need the energy. Election. That's your world. I would never do another panel, really. It's not worth it, really. Let me share this.
I was just going to say, so we talked about the economic issues, which of course that's number one. Then there's the social and cultural divide that seems to be happening between a lot of people in America who used to support the Democrats and what is now the Democratic Party, or what's perceived to be the Democratic Party. White voters largely propelled Trump to victory in the race, but there was a major shift. The exit polls showed that Latino voters, especially Latino men, shifted more towards Donald Trump. Biden won them by 23 points in 2020. This year, Trump won them by 12. I want you to listen to what a Latino voter told my colleague Ed Lavandera this week.
We believe in, teaching our kids about God, our Christian values, family values, and the Democratic Party is embracing all the woke, left-leaning ideas that it doesn't go with our values.
Do you think it's the Democrats pushing Latinos to Trump, or is it Trump bringing in Latinos?
I think more Democrats are pushing Latinos to Trump.
What do you think of that?
Now, before I play this, right? Because I didn't play the other half of this where he talked about the economy stuff, right? That's whatever he said. It's just the same thing he always says, right?
Right.
But do you see what she did though? This is what they've been doing for the last 5 days. You saw what she did, right? Now
Yes.
you literally just said the white folks put this man in office, but instead of focusing on the big picture, the big numbers,
Right.
the hundreds of billion numbers,
Right.
you want to focus on some like random like
Latinos.
dude and what he said,
Yeah.
and it went from 23
Yeah.
to Trump, blah 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 blah. No,
That's what happened when you can drive a narrative, man, and
yo,
they're gonna
all
protect
over
it.
the place,
They're
bro.
gonna protect it
All
too, man.
over the place, bro.
It's messed up, bro.
Well, what I think is that Trump has done a good job in claiming that Democrats do nothing more than the woke agenda. In my view, what Democrats have got to focus on, and tell that gentleman, do you want a minimum wage that's a living wage? Do you think health care is a human right? Do you think we should build the affordable housing that we need? Do you think we should take care of our seniors by expanding Social Security? So I think the emphasis has got to be, of course, on wiping out all forms of bigotry. And the Democrats should be proud of standing up for women's rights and abortion rights and gay rights and civil rights.
Now maybe I'm in the twilight zone, and like I told you before,
That's
she ran a
nasty word.
progressive politics.
That's what I'm saying. That's nasty.
Everything
Everything he said is what she. You can't make it
up, man.
Come
I
on,
told
bro.
you I can't make it up.
Come
bro.
on, bro. Come on, dog. Come on.
That's why
Just
Eddie's
don't
so
do that.
mad. That's why he's so
Just
mad.
tell the truth. Just tell the truth, Bernie. Just
Kamala said,
fucking
I'm
tell the
not going to
truth.
run on that. I'm going to run on your policy.
Right,
We're not
exactly
going to talk about wokeism. You don't think Trump is identity politics? Trump ain't nothing but identity politics. So let's campaign those out anyway.
Make America great again. What the fuck you think
bro.
that? It just.
Listen,
Come
I'm
on,
gonna rewind
man.
it back. I'm gonna rewind it back. Rewind it back for you. Now the three things he said is what she ran on for 101 days. Now, if his argument is this, because she's a black face or a yellow face or a brown face, if he's making the argument that her embodiment itself is everything that he says after those first three things, then I will leave it there. He's not going to say that, of course. But she literally purposely ran her campaign that way. She purposely did not go with Ben Shapiro. She purposely went with someone who was super progressive that freaked the Republicans out, right? Crazy, bro.
Latinos to Trump.
What do you think of that?
Well, what I think is that Trump has done a good job in claiming that Democrats do nothing more than the woke agenda. In my view, what Democrats have got to focus on, and tell that gentleman, do you want a minimum wage that's a living wage? Do you think health care is a human right? Do you think we should build the affordable housing that we need? Do you think we should take care of our seniors by expanding Social Security? So I think the emphasis has got to be, of course, on wiping out all forms of bigotry. And the Democrats should be proud of standing up for women's rights and abortion rights and gay rights and civil rights. But the emphasis got to be is to make it clear that we are prepared to stand with the vast majority of the people, many of whom are falling further and further behind, while the people on top do phenomenally well. That's a message that, in my view, will resonate with the Latino community and the entire working class community.
Let me give one example, perhaps, of this kind of dynamic that we're hearing about. Joe Rogan, very popular podcast.
DC. So her next question isn't, but she did that though. She emphasized that though. That's exactly what she did. And not only that, over and over again. Why you talking about Joe Rogan?
It should have been that she should have had clips and clips of here she is speaking about the same thing that you just said in Pittsburgh. Here she is speaking about this in Raleigh. Here she is speaking about this in Arizona. Here she is speaking about this in Pennsylvania. Like it should be just clip after clip after clip, because what he just repeated, which doesn't even talk about the dividends that she gave numbers about what she was going to give away. Numbers, hard numbers, bro. $25,000, $6,000 child credit. This and that other. Trying to clean up. I mean, what?
I told you it was bad. It's bad, bro. It's bad, man. Her whole 100 days was on that pot. That's all she ran on. And matter of fact, Joe Biden, the bills that Joe Biden got passed was off of that too, by the way, right?
I don't think
Infrastructure
she
bill.
outside of the reproduction stuff. I don't think she focused on anything that have anything to do with any kind of wokeism
She focused on
at
insulin.
all, bro.
Capping
All.
her and Joe Biden protecting prescription drug prices, bringing the prices down.
And what he just said, was just like blah blah blah. She got down to the details about what she was going to try to do. Not to say she won't be able to do it now. That's two totally different things. But she gave numbers, hard numbers. I don't think I ever heard Bernie say, "Yeah, this should be the numbers we're going to do, or we're going to offer this outside of what free college." I think, but other than that, and free Medicare. But other than that, dude, I mean, I'm trying not to go off, man, because this really triggers me, especially somebody like him, man. You know that triggers me, man. You know how I feel about Bernie, man, Bernie Sanders, and that, because that's a different type of delusion. See, to me,
she wanted a million people to sign up to start a small business, bro, in her first 4 years.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like everything he's trying to push, she pushed, and then she gave more details about what she was trying to push in practical terms. By the way,
let me explain. Let me tell you why I keep saying Super Negro. Let me tell you why I keep saying that. So the white lady Sarah on the Bulwark, she's the head person that she runs. It's her thing, right? She's been saying something, and not just her, but all white people have been saying. So I'm going to ask you the question first. Make sure I'm not crazy. When Kamala was speaking to you, all the things that we saw, did you understand what she was saying? Did you hear what she was saying?
Yes, I did.
You understood?
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Understood. Yeah, absolutely.
With no confusion, you understood what she said, right?
Yeah.
I want to. This is what I mean about the Super Negro part. They keep saying. I mean, they say, you know, she said I went, you know, the last few days after the election, I ran some more focus groups, and they kept saying they didn't understand what she was talking about. They didn't get what she was saying. She didn't really tell them anything. And that's what I mean about the Super Negro part, is that psychologically, now I'm jumping out the window now. Psychologically, they cannot hear us unless we're super. If you're not some you know, out of this world superhero type person, they don't hear you. I've been hearing that for 100 days on the right and the left. Is that we don't know what she's talking about. We don't understand what she's saying. I'm like,
right.
Can it be racism? Not racism, not the right word, but can it be some sort of, I don't even know what it's called. I don't want to say racism. That's too easy. But it may be that easy. But I don't really know what they were saying, because they kept saying it the whole time. I'm like, well, I'm listening to the speeches. I'm watching her speak with small groups. Everything you're saying that she should have done, she did. Even if it was late or early, is irrelevant. It's 100 days. But I'm like, I understood it pretty clearly. And so I wonder, in the white brain, what is required to get into their minds, right? And I don't know if it's because it's coming from a non-white person, unless they, again, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama type character, it doesn't penetrate. Maybe
it's not about the policy paradox.
Very weird.
I'm gonna tell you something, man.
She don't have any policy. She's not doing. He's doing it right. My point is that he's doing it right now.
Right.
So you're telling me this woman said the same speech at least 450,000 times?
I mean, constantly hammering it.
And said
got the Wall Street Journal and other financial institutions to give an A-OK for her plans for America and stuff like that. They supported it. And just the fact that everything that these people are asking for, more opportunity, more robust jobs, or more opportunity to get like benefits with loans or small business loans and stuff like that. It is crazy, bro.
If there was a Republican up here talking, or maybe like a independent in the middle who's on the left, leans to the right, and they like, oh, I don't know what she was talking about.
Like he sounded like a Joe Manchin or something. It makes sense for him to say something like that.
I'm just saying, like, I can at least justify it. Now, like I said, now it is coming out of her mouth, so it could be they just don't like her specifically, right? I don't know. That's from the right's perspective. But for Bernie Sanders to let Dana sit up here and say what, and for him to say, well, yeah, they should have been talking about this, and that's all she talked about, even though she did talk about abortion and women's reproductive rights, which obviously is a major issue because it was all over on all the ballots. You know what I'm saying, on all the state ballots. So of course she's gonna talk about that as well.
Which all women around the country support, way over 50%, by the way, way over 50%. So that's not even an issue.
70, 75. It's high. It's high as far as the vote, but yeah. Overall, yes, over 50. Yeah. But for him, my whole point is that am I playing myself out thinking that maybe she's a bad messenger and they couldn't hear her? But for him, that's what I'm saying. For Democrats to say that they can't hear her is what I thought was very interesting to hear people say that over and over again. Well, I don't know what she talks about. I don't know anything of her policies. I don't know what she says. She just says she's from a middle class family. I'm like, come on, guys. She did say that a lot. But that was a part of the speech where she also said in every one of her speeches, 25,000, 50,000, 3 million homes, 1 million small business applications, and on and on and on and on, of course, right? And one of the biggest things that they started out with in the election was what? It wasn't reproductive rights. It was prescription drugs to make sure poor people would not get price gouged with overpriced insulin. That's how this all started.
So let me ask you this though, Paradox, because a lot of this always comes up. So people think that Kamala just came up with this economic plan without any experts, without any business people going over the numbers. She gave specific numbers for a particular reason on how to make it work practically in the administration. You know what I'm saying? How they were going to do it. That's the reason why you give a number like that. Okay, give me a number. What can we do to support people that are suffering or that is perceived to be suffering financially during this time to make up the gap for what they cannot pay for due to the inflation prices, due to the housing issues that we have going on right now? Okay, this is what we can do. You know what I'm saying? This is what we're going to do. And when she does that and she gives all this information and these policies, it still doesn't land.
It didn't resonate. In the poll said the opposite. That's what I meant about how. That's what I meant about how the people who do the business politics, they basically lie. Instead of saying it's not resonating, none of it. They don't want you. They don't want your policy. They don't want Joe Biden. They don't want y'all anything. Y'all are out of here. What they should have been saying to people. But instead, they ran a big ass con game for 100 days, down to the last day, by the way. Instead of saying we actually did talk to people and they don't want any of those things from you. They don't hear you. They're turned off to you. You're part of the Joe Biden administration. You're just toting his water at the end of the day, and we have no. Why didn't the polls say that? Is what and I think that they probably did say that, and they were just manipulating it to just to get the money, just to show good face and then move on to the next election. I really, truly think that, because the woman said it over and over again, and I'm hearing people like James Carville and the rest of these political experts pretend what I just said didn't even happen. And we watching Bernie Sanders. This interview was today, where instead of her saying, "Yeah, you're right, Dana," she did say all those things. She did push a progressive policy, and it just wasn't resonating because it was her. Just say that. She said it. Just say it was her. They didn't like the ticket anymore. They was tired of Joe Biden. It was weird how she got picked. It didn't make any sense to people, and there wasn't enough time to make it all work out. And it probably wouldn't have mattered anyway because they were just done with that administration. At least frame it that way. Don't frame it as, well, the Democrats should know better. You shouldn't be doing all this other stuff. You should focus on poor people. She did that for 101 days. And Joe Biden did it for the last 3 years. That's the other crazy part, by the way. Anyway, it's just funny, man. Anyway, I won't beat it up no more. Did I finish playing? Let me finish. Let me see what else did he say.
Pastor, he endorsed Donald Trump in the final days of the election. 4 years ago, you went on his podcast. You got a lot of blowback for doing that and for touting that he endorsed you. So is this the kind of example of Democrats perhaps shunning or vilifying people who don't totally agree with them?
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Look, you can have an argument with Rogan, agree with him, disagree with him, but what's the problem going on in those shows? It's hard for me to understand that. So I think we've got to get, and clearly you have an alternative media out there, a lot of podcasts that have millions and millions of viewers. Get on the show. Disagree with you here. I agree with you there. I don't see a problem in doing that. And you're right. I got vilified by some of the Democratic establishment because I went on Rogan's show. Now a lot of other people are doing just that.
Before I let you go, you were a steadfast supporter of Joe Biden. You were saying that he should not drop out. There's a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on. And a lot of it is that, in fact, he should have dropped out earlier or perhaps never run for a second term.
I don't want to get involved in that. You know, we got to look forward and not in the back. Kamala did her very best. She came in, she won the debate with Trump. She worked her as hard as she possibly could. Let's look to the future and not.
So pause it again.
I think that was
So
good.
That's to go back to what you was arguing at the beginning. That's what I'm talking about, Paradox. That is what I'm talking about. That's what matters at the end of the day. So she gets to get 52% of the blame. She gets all of the blame now for letting down the Democratic Party. What? Oh well, I'm not gonna. You ain't gonna get me talking bad about my boy that I sat right next to during the motherfucking. All right. I just don't know how he's able to run unscathed and everybody else got to take heat if he gets off by doing what he does, man. I mean, I like some of his policies. I like. Go ahead.
But you're worried about going on Rogan's podcast. You have plenty of left-wing podcasts that you can go on. You don't need to go on Rogan's podcast. Those people, I know those people. You don't need to go on their podcast for anything. What are y'all even talking about at the end of the day? That ain't the strategy. If I had to give advice, there's 100 left-wing podcasts that has massive followings that you could have went on. You didn't go on those podcasts because you, for whatever reason, you see something in that group. Whatever that is, however you want to slice that, whatever, right? But there are big podcasts, tens of millions of followers and downloads that are left-wing podcasts that are just like a Rogan podcast, just on the other side. Didn't run on any of those, but couldn't wait to go on Theo Vaughn and Rogan and the rest of those. It's very, very interesting of who he identifies with and who he truly aligns with. Says a lot because I watch all the podcasts as much as I can watch, bro. And there is plenty to go on to push and promote progressive policies. Not over. You don't at that time. You don't have to be over there at that time. Do that. You can do that later. You know what I'm saying? You can't think about this. You're worried about bringing over voters who've already defected or not coming over because they've been conditioned. If you listen to those podcasts, those audiences are 100% all in on everything anti-Democrat. There's no point of going over there, honestly. You know, like I said, if you're trying to sell a book or promote or whatever, that's cool. But during the election time frame, who cares about them? Do you know who those people are? You know what I'm saying? And I watch all his stuff, but it's anyway, it's nothing to do with nothing. I mean, like focus on anyway. Like I said, that's y'all problem, not my problem. But anyway, what else did I find? Something. Did you have any more comments you wanted to make this overall about just you guys pivoting and getting ready to get into the fight, getting things rolling,
we good.
Getting ready to fight back?
No, we good.
Thought I saw something else.
Grappling with how Vice President Kamala Harris fell short to President-elect Donald Trump in the race for the White House. Independent Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders told the New York Times, quote, "It's not just Kamala, it's a Democratic Party which increasingly has become a party of identity politics." Those comments come a day after he released a statement saying the Democratic Party had, quote, "abandoned working class people." Democratic Congressman and President Biden ally James Clayburn offered his perspective in a radio interview.
People react much more to their emotions, or their feelings, that is, than to the information they get and what they hear. And I think that is what is fundamental in this business and where we're coming up short. And quite frankly, we have not been connected with the voters as well as we should.
Congressman James Clayburn of South Carolina joined us now. Congressman, thanks for being here.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
First off, what is your reaction to Senator Sanders' comments?
Well, I think I understand what the senator is saying. I do not agree that we are not a party of working men and women. I represent a pretty Democratic district. I represent a rural district. It's about 50% rural. And in South Carolina, the entire district may be rural to most people. But I do believe we have some problems in rural communities that we are not communicating with, in that their emotions run a little different than emotions in urban areas. And therefore, we have had some problems. And I think it shows up, not just in the South, but in the Midwest as well. And even some of those rural areas in the Northeast, we've been having some problems connected. So I just think that as we take an assessment of all of this, we ought to just chill out for a while, get in touch with each other. Don't worry about blaming anybody. You know what they say, success has 1,000 parents, failure is an orphan. And so when you're really successful, everybody claims credit. When you come up short, everybody seems to scatter and assign blame. I think that all of us will be taking stock of exactly where we are as a party, what happened in this election, and then go from there. I don't want this election to define how we go about treating candidates of color or candidates who may be women. I think we all just take stock of who and what we are and not get caught up in pointing fingers and assigning blame.
Congressman, how do Democrats try and connect with the emotions that you're talking about of people in rural areas? Do you believe it's solely a problem with people in rural areas and not urban areas? And also, was it a mistake for Biden to drop out, or should he have done so sooner?
I think Joe Biden did exactly what he should have done. That is, make an assessment. He had a great record. That record will stand. I study this stuff pretty religiously. And I often joke with Joe Biden that his entire career in politics sort of mirrors Harry Truman's. Harry Truman left the presidency pretty unpopular with a lot of people. But as historians look back on his service, on his record, he has been steadily moving up, and now considered to be in the top 10 of the 40 some odd presidents that we have had. So same thing's going to happen with Joe Biden. He's had one of the most successful presidencies any Democrat has ever had. You got to go all the way back to Lyndon Johnson to find anything to compare to it. And then you go back further, and it'll be Harry Truman.
But Congressman, all due respect, a lot of people are saying that this was a referendum on Joe Biden. It looks like Democrats not only are losing the White House and the Senate, but possibly the House as well.
This is, a lot of people are also saying this is a referendum on whether or not Democrats ought to nominate a woman. Now, that's what we have to be very careful about. And so people have their feelings about this. I believe we would do well just to take stock, take our times, and not react to what people are saying. I don't believe that Joe Biden has been anything but successful as a president, and the record is clear. And that's what I meant when I said people react to their feelings, and sometimes what the record is of little consequence. He has a great record. but a lot of people didn't feel it.
Mm.
The economy was great, but a lot of people were feeling differently. Were they feeling that way because of reality, or were they feeling that way because disinformation or misinformation?
Congressman James Clyburn, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Get ready.
Oh, all right. You said you don't got nothing else, DC? You burnt out?
No, man, I just kind of busy right now, so. But no, I'm not burnt out. I just, we could talk about this ad nauseum, but yeah, I wanna kind of move to the next step on politics, because like some of this stuff is just kind of like old hat to me now.
Yep. All right. Well, that's all I got to is we have 4 hours, so we're gonna go ahead and shut this down. We appreciate everybody coming on, like and share, subscribe. We appreciate it. This is the Code Breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DE. Until next time, peace.